there, folks. I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny. Hey, God's Desire, how are you this afternoon or this evening? I'm sorry, I'm a little tiny bit late. My daughter just got in from a date, and she was telling us all about it. Her new friend took her to a very, very, very nice restaurant over in Mobile, Alabama, and it's been raining and crap weather here for a few hours, so I was getting a little worried, but he had her home 30 minutes ahead of time, and I think he gets brownie points for that. You know what I mean? So, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Here, we're going to freeze, y'all. It's supposed to be, hang on, let me get my phone. You're not going to believe this. I can't believe this. And in fact, they're predicting snow on Tuesday. 1 to 3 inches of snow on Tuesday. And I don't believe that either. But we'll see, because I might get proven wrong. I'm going to go on my Google for a second and see what the weather's going to be for our area. Hey, Terry, how are you? Y'all ain't going to believe this. So right now it is 60 degrees, but it's raining and cloudy. So that the clouds usually keep the temperature warmer here. Hang on. Booyah. It feels like 59. The humidity is 77%, and there's a light rain. Hey, DJ, you just witnessed the TikTok blackout. Oh, that's awesome. How'd it go? Tell me about it. Okay, so 10-day weather forecast. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Oh, is it supposed to be in the 60s where you are tomorrow? Let me see. Let me see here. Okay. So our high tomorrow is supposed to be 42 degrees. And the low is going to be 27 tomorrow night. Oh, shut up. Tuesday, the high is going to be 31 degrees. Oh, wait a minute. I lied. That's for Monday. The high 42 and the low at 27 is for Monday. Tomorrow, our high is going to be 48 and our low is going to be 26. I'm so scared. I'm terrified. So then on Tuesday, we're supposed to have a high 31, low of 21 degrees in South Mississippi. I never heard of that. And we're supposed to get snow. There is a 98% chance.
What app are you on?
I'm on the Weather Channel.
Okay.
And so then Wednesday is supposed to get sunny and 39. The high is 39 on Wednesday. And the low is 30. And here's the thing. What's so interesting is our highs are not going into the 50s or 60s. They're like super low. Usually if we get like a 30 or 29 degree day, the next day it'll be 65, So
Wednesday night's supposed to be 28, honey.
Where are you looking?
Weatherchannel.com.
Well, that's what I'm looking at.
You went to the Weather Channel.
It's right here on my phone. Yes.
And you're looking at Long Beach.
Yes, I'm looking at Long Beach, Mississippi. Jesus. You think I forgot where I live?
Maybe.
Can you believe that? So we're not supposed to get in the 50s till next Saturday. Friday looks okay. It's going to be 48. Thursday's going to be 46. That's not too terribly cold for me. But I'm telling you what, those 20s and 30s, those are scary. However, I'm not sure it's going to snow. I'm really not.
Oh, however, your butt's going to be in the house. I'm going to be the one outside working.
Yeah, that's true. Poppy said he was going to be the one outside working. I was going to be in my house. Tomorrow, your high is 14 and a low of 0. Good Lord, Terry. I can't even think about that. Oh, it was not awesome. You were watching a video and then got kicked. Well, that kind of sucks. God's Desire said they're supposed to get snow on Wednesday. Okay. Well, wait a minute. God's Desire, aren't you in Alabama somewhere? That might make sense. That might make sense. Seems like it goes faster, though. Maybe this cold front's just going to sit on top of our heads. Who knows? I can't wait to go to, North Carolina. That's right. Oh, so that does make sense that you'll get it Wednesday if it's headed west or east, excuse me. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Let me see. I don't want to miss any comments, y'all. Oh, and you haven't had any snow yet, Terry. That's crazy. That's crazy. So, you know what? I went shopping. You know what? I always forget to do this, y'all. And I should be ashamed of myself. But then again, like I said before, I was a little bit distracted before I did my live stream. I got everything situated. Like I got my thumbnail done and I got the thing queued up on StreamYard. But then my daughter came in and all thoughts went out the window. She looked so beautiful, y'all. She was absolutely beautiful tonight. Messages. She had on a very long, black, sparkly evening dress. And it kind of had a princess neckline. And it had thicker straps on the shoulders. And then at the waist, it had this little ruffle that went all the way down. And it was a little bit form-fitting, but not super tight. It didn't show everything, but it was a little form-fitting, almost like a pencil skirt, only really long. That's it. Hang on one second. I'm going to send Grumpus a link. Paste. All right. But anyhow, she looked beautiful. It was black and it had it looked like little tiny pieces of black glitter but it wasn't black glitter. It's just, that's what it looked like. But boy, she had her hair done this morning and she had it put up in this braided bun on her head. And she looks so beautiful. Okay, DJ, I'll send you one. I'm going to be sending them all over the place, aren't I? Might as well send one to Marcel too. Because I talked to Marcel this evening. Thank goodness. Hadn't spoken to her in quite some time. She's doing quite well. I'm going to send one to Jackie too. See if Jackie will come up here and chat with us too. Look, I went shopping today because I don't know if y'all know Scully from Scully Pop. He's an author that reads his stories on YouTube, and I really enjoy listening to him because he's very relaxing to listen to, and he tells a great story. And he lives here where I live. He lives very close to me. And he told me the last time I talked to him, hey, I'll trade you a signed novel for a beanie. So I said, I'll match that. We'll do that. Hey, DJ.
Hey.
So I asked him, I said, what color do you want? And he said, teal. Y'all, I went through my stash 3 times trying to find teal yarn. Apparently, I don't buy teal yarn. So I went and I bought some today at Hobby Lobby. And this is such a pretty yarn. I love it. It looks bluer on the screen than it does in real life, but it's such a beautiful yarn. And then I got this one too. And I thought that I would make both of them the same and ask him which one he likes the best. And if he likes them both, I'll just give him both beanies. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's good.
How have you been, DJ? Somebody stole your stinking clothes again?
I think it's been hanging out.
So you got kicked out of TikTok, huh?
Yeah. So basically, they said it would go dark at midnight tonight,
Right.
my time. Well, at 10 freaking 30, 2.5 hour and a half before it was,
Beforehand.
yeah, I got kicked and I can't access the app anymore.
Oh
So,
no.
so it's not like, oh, it was, they were doing it at 10:40 and I picked the wrong time to go on. It
Right.
was, I had an hour and a half. Let me go watch some videos and then, it's, oh, you can't use it anymore.
Well,
Goodbye.
that sucks.
Yeah.
Just sucks. Wait a minute. Distracted and Wednesday. Wait a minute. Do you know? Wait a minute. DJ, what is that? Do I know direction? What is that?
I'm not direction.
Directions. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Directions
because
to what? Is that the
when
name of the video or the creator?
you were talking about level for
Oh, I
golf,
understand because I said east instead of west.
yes,
Yeah, or west instead of east. Yeah.
yes,
Okay, I get it now.
that's
Terry said you're distracted. When's the anniversary? What are you talking about, Terry? I don't understand.
I don't know that one at all. So good. Yeah.
Devil Dog is going to build a ramp to jump DJ onto his front porch.
Okay,
Well,
a bit more context for that.
are you going to visit over there?
Well, one, I'm trying to, but two, he just got a new motorcycle. So he's trying to say, oh, he will hook up a tow hook to my tail and, launch me on
Oh,
to.
for the love of Pete.
Hey,
Terry, our anniversary is February 2nd. It's in 2 weeks or so. I don't know exactly when, but I know it's February 2nd because that's Groundhog Day.
okay.
But anyhow, I got these 2 yarns and they are specifically for Scully. And I can't wait to make his beanies for him because I really hope he decides he likes both of them. So there's that.
Nice.
Now, I finished. Y'all ain't going to believe this. So I have a new obsession.
Of course.
And it's diamond painting. And I used to think it was the dumbest thing I'd ever seen in my whole life. Because who would want to put little dots all over a piece of paper? Well, boy, I was wrong. Because I got one. And actually, I'll tell you what happened. I was on Jackie, Handcrafted with Jackie's page, our YouTube channel, and she was doing one. Well, she comes on late at night, and I can sit there and listen to her talk and, chat with her and when I've got insomnia. So I stay up really late watching her do her crafts. And it's very relaxing for me. So she had this diamond painting that she was doing, and it was beautiful. It had pictures of flowers and this pretty hummingbird, and the colors were magnificent. And so I thought, maybe I'll try that. So I ordered one from Amazon, and it came in. And I thought, well, let me just try. I'll start it, right? 2 days later, it's done. 2 days later. And I don't know if you can tell. Well, you can't really tell. I'll get it up close. See how it's got all those little tiny dots.
Yeah.
Well, put those all on a piece of paper. And it made that picture, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Nice.
You're right, God's Desire. It's so addictive, and it just makes my brain shut up. Because a lot of times my brain don't shut up even when my mouth is closed. And my mouth ain't even closed that often. So, but when I'm trying to go to sleep or trying to relax to go to sleep, this is perfect. Hey, Ob, how you doing? I'm doing great. Thanks for coming in tonight. But yeah, this is wonderful. And look, it's look at that crease. You see that God's Desire still has that crease even after I ironed it. But I'm happy as I can be with that. That's many of us. I think I have that in common with you. Yeah, my brain don't ever shut up. But anyhow, and then before I started this project, I was working on another project that I think a lot of y'all saw, but I wanted to show you the finished product.
Nice.
Look at that. I love this, y'all. I just love it.
Cool.
And I have decided that I'm definitely saving this for the next granddaughter we have in the family. I love this yarn that I used is a 2/8 cotton acrylic yarn, and it's so soft and it feels just so squishy, and I just love it. So yeah, there. I wanted to make sure I showed that off because a lot of people were asking me, hey, did you finish your blanket? Hey, did you finish it? I want to see it when you finish it.
Yeah.
So there it was. And if you want to see it again, just ask and I'll hold it up again. In fact, if Jackie comes in tonight, I'm going to have to hold it up for her. Hello, beautiful. I'm having a visitor for a second. What can I do for you, my dear? Oh, she's just eavesdropping. Yeah. Come here. Show them your pretty dress. Look at this beautiful dress, y'all. Look at this. Turn around.
Wait, it's not fully zipped in the back.
Oh. Let me see. I'll get it.
Yeah, let's not do that.
He said, wait, it's not fully zipped in the back. And turn around.
Nice.
And there's the back. And I thought she just looked so elegant and classy. And she had a wonderful time.
I sent you pictures.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's see.
Cool.
Oh, it's food. Yep. Beautiful, honey. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Did you send? Oh, you need to call your sister.
I sent them to her, and I talked to her already.
Did you? Okay. Did you tell her that I can't talk to her right now?
No.
Would you text her real quick and tell her that I had to start my live stream and I can't talk to her till tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. No, that's my phone, dear. Oh, okay. She's doing it on my phone. She's texting her from my phone. But she went all out for this date. In fact, look, he even did her nails for her.
Nice.
Yeah. Those are really pretty too. I love that color.
And my toenails too.
And her toenails. He got her toenails done for her before, earlier in the week. But yeah, she had a great time. You ready?
What?
To go in there? Do you need something, sweetheart?
No, I just want to prance around my dress a little bit longer.
Okay. Hey, Duval. Hey, thank you so much. She's my pride and joy, y'all. Well, her and her brother. All of them are,
Yeah.
But she happens to live here, and I get to see her every day, so that's a cool thing. Hey, Yankee Kyle. Oh, stop that. You know that's not my sister, but I love you for saying that.
Yeah. Hey, Kyle, what's up?
I love you for saying it. That was such a sweet sentiment. Thank you.
Huh.
But anyhow, look, Duval, look. Did you see this? This is my diamond painting, and I love this. Y'all, I went crazy. I bought 4 of them off of Amazon already. And one came in, yes, was it today or yesterday? I forget. But this is the one I'll be doing next. Look at, isn't that pretty? Now this one doesn't have, it's completely blank. Thank you so much, Terry. She's a keeper. She definitely is. And then, so I didn't know that my daughter had gotten a diamond painting for Christmas. And she said, after I finished this one, she goes, do you like doing that? I said, yeah, I love it. And she goes, well, you want to do mine? And I said, what do you mean? You got one? And she said, yes. I know you do, Duval. She said, yes, I've got one. She says, but I don't like doing it. And I said, well, if you'll let me and Dad do it for you, then we'll just hang it up in your bedroom when we're done. We'll maybe mount it to a canvas or something like that. And you can have a picture on your wall. Because look, this is so cool, y'all. Okay, my daughter studies biology. That's what she's majoring in college. Actually, microbiology. And she loves mushrooms. And she studies them too. And so her sister got her this picture of mushrooms.
Nice.
And I finished, well, these are Poppy's 2 sections. He finished this one. There. He finished that first one. But the second one he needs to work on over here. And then I finished these 2 sections at the top. See how shiny they are over here?
Yeah.
To the other section is not shiny.
Yeah.
But so this is all we've got done on this project so far. But that's something I'm doing with Poppy, and he seems to like it too.
No.
And everything. It's supposed to get down to near 12 degrees here in central Louisiana. I heard you poor people in Louisiana. Do you know? I think y'all are expecting like 4 to 6 inches of snow or something like that. Crazy. Terry didn't like that guy's comment. Which one, Terry? I'm sorry. I just spent a couple hours. Hey, you were smart to do that because I got a feeling y'all are going to be in deep cold. Let's put it that way. Snow in North Florida. You know what? I remember in 1989 it snowed in Jacksonville, Florida. That was my daughter's first Christmas. One of my daughters. Scott, thank you for coming in. Are you on the east or west coast of the northern Florida?
Well,
or east or Gulf Coast?
Scott, keep it up there. I don't need any of that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. There. How's that? Terry, what guy's comment?
Let me go back.
I didn't see anything ugly. Did you get rid of something? Did you get rid of something, Terry? They say we may get a few inches of snow or maybe a whole lot more. It can pile it. It sure can. It sure can. Gosh. Oh, it did in Miami in 77. I didn't know that. Of course, I was in North Florida. Okay, go ahead and text me, dear. Oh, you're on the east. Okay. Yeah, North Florida's gonna get it.
So I see the comment, and no, I'm not. I'm disabled. Cerebral palsy. Just so everyone knows. You wanna know what got a new.
Scott, don't do that. Don't do
Yep.
that. Okay, please. I'm so sorry, DJ.
It's
DJ is my
not-
friend. DJ has cerebral palsy and is probably one of the brightest young men that I know. Okay. I did not see that, DJ, and I'm sorry.
Scott, I accept your apology, but please be aware that what you say may have consequences when you put in any of this chat, or if you go over to Grumpus or Follow, because I have people like Solar who's willing to defend me for comments like that, and I get you don't know me, and that's fine, but there's no need for those type of comments at all on this or any platform.
I agree. And he is very blessed. He has a load of friends out here that care about him very much. Ban Everything said, I was worried about an ice storm. I understand that. And that's the part I'm worried about, Ban Everything, is I don't think it's going to snow. I think it's going to rain and sleet and turn everything around here to ice. And I'm not leaving my house for a week till it warms up. And that's just all there is to that, you know? So anyhow, let me get on with my story, okay? So
Yes.
then when I went shopping today and I got those 2 teal yarns, I got me some more thread so I can make some more washcloths too. So I'm really happy about that. These are kind of inexpensive, but I like the thread, and it's $1.99 a ball, which is really cheap because if you buy Aunt Lydia's yarn like this or thread like this, it's like $4.99 a ball. And it's the same stuff. This is Egyptian cotton. It's mercerized, and it works the same way. So there's just a different, the only difference is the brand. And actually, Aunt Lydia's is not Egyptian cotton. I don't know what kind of cotton it is. What the devil are the two of you doing? Get out of my kitchen.
Continue.
Hey, Mom.
Do you see them bothering me?
I have a question for my mother.
What is it, dear?
I think if I wore that blue dress that I wore for my 16th birthday and he got a tie the same color as that and he still wore that color suit, would that be good for another date?
Yes.
What color heels would I do?
If you don't leave this room
I'm
in 2
serious.
seconds. Blue.
Really? Same color as the dress? Not that color blue.
I don't care what color you use. Go away.
Okay, we'll talk about it later.
Good Lord. Good Lord. You can ask me when I'm not on the internet, ding-a-ling. Y'all help me. Oh, no, they did not. They just walked right past Poppy, and he let them do that. He let them do that, y'all. Oh, my goodness. So anyhow, I have been having a great time with the diamond painting. I can't wait to get started on more of these projects. And it seems like the more experience I get doing the little dot things and picking them up and putting them down. Now, I do them one at a time. A lot of people, they use, look what I got here. Let me show you. These are the things that you use to place the dots down, and there's a thing that, no, where is it? Fiddlesticks. I don't have it right here. probably in here. No, it's not in here either. I forget what I did with it. Anyhow, it goes on this like a holder thing, and you stick it in there, and then you pick them up and you put them down. You pick them up, you put them down. Well, a lot of people use these long ones, and they pick up. This one picks up 9 at a time, and they place 9 dots at a time. Well, I tried that, and I have not mastered that yet. Because every time I do it, they're all crooked when they're on the thing. And then I lay them down and they're crooked when I lay them down. And then it takes a whole bunch of effort to straighten them all back up. And whoa. Oh, you like the long ones? God's Desire said she's good at it, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my question, God's Desire. How in the world do you pick them up where they're all straight all along the thing? Because I haven't figured that part out yet. And maybe my tray's not good enough. I don't know. You know, I'm just using the stuff that they send with the diamond painting, except for my little applicator. I bought that separate because I just like the way it looked. Oh, here it is, y'all. Here, look. Here it is. Now, this one has a 6. This one can pick up 6 at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And then this right here is a little scoocher. That's what I call it anyway. So if you have your diamond art, let's pretend that my hand is a diamond art. You can kind of straighten up. You can push it like this, or you can shove them over that way or that way to get them in a straight line. And I really like that little tool, y'all, because again, I'm not great at this yet, but I'm getting better. And I've also learned that if you put your little dots down in like a checkerboard pattern and you come back and fill it in, it makes it a lot straighter for some reason. I don't know what the reason is, but it works. So now that I can see again, that comment really upset me. I'm sorry, DJ. That's what Terry said, honey.
Yeah, Terry, no, I definitely get it.
I didn't see it, and I apologize, DJ. I wished I had.
Yeah, no, I had to go and view it for myself, and yeah, Terry, I understand why you got upset. You are a great friend.
Yes, you are.
Appreciate you. But yeah, and you know, I do see that for Summer's channel, but definitely if you ever see that, delete it, no matter what.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And y'all know, my moderators know what to do when they see something like that. They should. If they don't by now, I need to speak to them. So y'all just email me. Or I'll email y'all. Because you know, I don't tolerate a whole lot of nonsense.
Yeah, no, that's why when I saw it, I got upset and had to address it at that moment.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel bad for not noticing it right off the bat. A good call. Hey, good catch, Terry. Good catch.
Yeah, no, Terry, good catch.
I'm gonna stop my camera for a minute, but I'll still be able to talk. I've got to take care of something real quick, but you'll still be able to hear me, okay?
Yeah, Terry, it's much appreciated. You know, again,
DJ, you talk to Terry a minute, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome, Terry. Just know that any of us who've been here for the last, 2, 3, 4 years, we all know that we don't tolerate that type of comment at all. So, And, you know, for anyone who's born into so much trouble, I do want to address this. The comment we reacted to was a comment of negativity and non-understanding of what my condition is. For those who have always wondered but haven't asked, I do have cerebral palsy, and it does make me have a little speech impairment, and you know, for people like some who are advanced in age, I have to repeat myself often. Right, Summer?
Sometimes yes, and sometimes no. But you know, us old people, we can't hear a thing.
I know. But yeah, no, it's just those topics of, you know, being awful or, you know. Yeah, hey, Alex.
Hi,
what's
Alex.
up?
How are you? Let me take a minute here and tell God's desire that I think that might be the problem for me, is that the bumps in the bottom of the tray are not high enough for me to get the tool pushed up against the side. So I think that's why they are crooked when I get them on there. And I think you're right. I need to get a tray that will help keep them straight. Go ahead, DJ. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, long so is that all you just need to be aware that when you're on this channel, or even Clubhouse or my own channel, just come to you voice. We do not at all tolerate bigots.
Right.
No matter what.
That's right. Any kind. Any kind. Lori, welcome. And how are you this evening? It's supposed to be in the negative temperatures here tonight. Good Lord, Lori, where are you? Where is it negative? Look, I'm so unfamiliar with northern temperatures. So I don't even know if that's normal or not. But I know down here, 21 degrees is not normal. Oh, near Denver. Okay. Okay. I saw on the news tonight where y'all supposed to have some kind of snowstorm. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I heard. You know, I watch a lot of my news and weather on YouTube, and some of the weather people on YouTube, I trust Ryan Hall and I trust Mike's weather page on Facebook. And I don't know if y'all know him, but I watch him a lot because he does real good on the hurricanes. So, and I live in a hurricane prone area. But oh my gosh, she got 6 inches of snow last night.
Whoa,
Starting last night.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. That is so crazy. But I know, of course, you're in the mountains and it's bound to get colder there than it does here. I mean, just does. But I wouldn't necessarily call Denver the north. That's definitely west. See, I do know my directions, DJ. So, Lori, was it last night we were talking about my chicken thing? It is negative 29. Alex, good grief. What does that even feel like? I mean, is that the kind of weather that you can't go outside in it unless you're covered from head to toe?
Alice, remind me, where are you?
How do your eyeballs not freeze instantly? So Lori wasn't, well, she wanted to see my chickens. So here, ta-da, there's my chickens.
-70, your eyeballs will freeze.
Oh, Poppy just Googled it and said -70, your eyeballs will freeze.
No, I didn't Google it. I've been in -70 and we had to wear goggles.
Oh, well, there you go. He's been in -70. Oh, look, y'all, welcome my good friend, Mr. Grumpus on Fire, to the stage.
Yeah.
Well, look at you, mister. You look wonderful.
Hey, you literally caught me sleeping. I didn't think you'd do anything to around 10, quarter
Oh, my
after,
goodness,
something like
I'm
that.
so sorry, Grumpus.
Me and Smokey fell asleep on the couch.
Yeah. Hey,
It's okay.
Sorry,
It's
I'm late.
No, don't be sorry. I figured you were either sleeping or went out to dinner with Mrs. Grumpus.
Well,
But
I've been
yeah,
outside getting ready for the cold all day and wore myself out.
There's my chickens. Aren't
I
they
see
adorable
that.
little ladies?
Awesome.
Yeah.
I love them. It's diamond painting, Grumpus. I've got a new obsession. And I love it.
You needed another hobby.
It is so relaxing, and even Poppy likes it. Hey, let's see. Hey, Rose Garland Creations. Thank you for coming in tonight. So how are you doing, Grumpus?
I'm doing great.
You look wonderful. You look so handsome. You look like you got your hair slicked back.
Got my hair cut and a beard trim. And got to climb a ladder today, so I'm pretty happy dude.
Nice.
Got up on the roof.
You did not.
Oh yeah. I'm getting ready for the big freeze. You know, when I built, you saw my video where I built that arbor on the end of the greenhouse.
Yeah.
Well, see, I built that, and I purposely left about 2 inches off of the building, so it's not actually touching the greenhouse.
Right.
So I can get up there with a big tarp. I got a tarp, I think it's 19 by 16 or something like that.
Okay.
And I can drop that tarp between that arbor and my back fence.
Okay.
And then I got enough to go on over and drop it down between the greenhouse and the arbor. So I can make me a tunnel in there.
Okay.
And close off the ends, and then I open up one of the windows on the greenhouse
and let
the heat out there so my big staghorn don't freeze.
Oh, well, that's pure genius right there.
But I have to get up on the roof to do that.
Wow.
It wasn't it was pretty noisy. But I got the deed done. If you know what I mean.
I can hear it now.
I couldn't have got it done without the words of terror.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. I can't believe you got on the roof. You just
it needed to be done.
Flirting with disaster.
It's supposed to get down to 30 or 31 tonight.
Tonight?
Oof.
So
Well,
I bought a new heater to put out in the greenhouse, and right now it's 61 degrees in the greenhouse, and it's 48 degrees outside.
Hey, Marcel.
Ooh. Hey, Marcel. I sent you a link in the Instagrams. Why don't you come up and visit with us for a little bit? We're 42 right now. And, oh, shoot. Hang on. Tomorrow we're supposed to be 48 is our high and 26 is our low. And then same on Monday pretty much.
Well,
and then Tuesday's the big day for us.
It's supposed to hit us pretty hard Tuesday night.
That's what it's saying for us too, Tuesday.
It's going to get below freezing Tuesday night, and it won't get above freezing till probably late Wednesday.
Yep, that's what it looks like for us too. Our high on Tuesday is supposed to be 31. And I don't think I've ever seen a day like that here in South Mississippi. Now, I've seen it like that up in Virginia many times, but
yeah.
not here. Not here. And it's so crazy that we're going to have so many freezing nights in a row. I mean, we're looking at.
It should be about 36 hours for us.
Oh, no. We've got, well, solid
below
freeze,
32.
Yeah.
Below
Yeah.
32.
Being everything. How many of you have grown ground cherries? They're are they one of your new favorites? How about you, Grumpus? Have you ever grown ground cherries?
I've never heard of them.
I know that DJ has not grown them. I tried to grow them once. I had no luck. They didn't grow, but it was probably my fault because I don't fuss over my garden and I just throw seeds out there and whatever grows, grows. And I didn't tend to them. So that might be the problem. But okay, Marcel, that's good. Thank you so much, Rose Garland. I appreciate that. Can I call you Catherine?
DJ, did I even say hi to you? Didn't mean to ignore you, man. I got sidetracked.
Yay.
Now, I've heard mixed opinions on ground cherries. I've heard some people say that they love to eat them, and that's like their favorite garden snack. They'll go outside and eat those the whole time they're in the garden. But then again, I've heard other people say, I don't ever want to grow them again because they taste like crap. So I would like to try one just to, so I could know. But they grow kind of like tomatillos, Grumpus. They have that paper shell on them.
Okay.
And but they're smaller and they're supposed to be sweet. Like
I've
a
never heard of
tomato, but sweeter maybe. But yeah, it's crazy. I wish I could grow one. But what I was going to say is I'm looking here real close. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nights in a row below freezing. And that's just so unusual here. I was telling the viewers earlier that usually here, if it freezes overnight, like gets down to, let's pretend it got down to 26 degrees. Well, the next afternoon, it would be 55 or 60.
Oh, yeah.
So it never really lasts very long. But we're going to have
about 4 nights in a row of dipping below freezing. But it's that stretch between Tuesday and Wednesday. It's going to be killer for us.
Yeah, that's going to be terrible.
That's long enough to freeze pipes.
Grumpus, they've already closed the school for my son on Tuesday. The whole school district is shut down on Tuesday. They gave them Chromebooks on Friday to bring home with them, so that they could do their schoolwork. They're going to have at-home school on Tuesday. So that's interesting, isn't it? Hey, if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me and maybe pop on that thumbs up button because it really helps the channel get out there and get some traffic. Because Grumpus on Fire needs subscribers and DJ needs subscribers, and so do I. So I'm going to, hey, DJ, put your channel name up here.
Yes. Drop my link.
Oh, thank you so much, DJ. Would you drop Grumpus's if you can find it, please?
Yeah, give me a moment.
Okay, dear. We've been put on alert for school closures. Marcel, count on it because those roads are going to be ice. I know they are. When I was a kid, I walked to school in a snowstorm. Well, that's in Iowa, right? Were you in Iowa then? Because according to my grandmother, she walked to school uphill both ways in the snow barefoot.
That's right. That's right.
And she was from Indiana. So there ain't no hills in Indiana.
Where I'm from. I think the coldest day I walked to school, I think it was like minus 12 or something like that.
Oh wow.
That's back. We didn't ride buses or nothing like that. We everybody walked.
Well, Marcel, that's another thing that you could use as ammunition, you know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we'll probably work Monday, but I'll have somebody go in Tuesday morning and make sure we've got, running water, toilets, and stuff like that.
Sure, yeah. Do they have the pipes protected in any way, or do you think you might have to go?
Can. The best we can. I mean, we can only do so much.
Right. Puppy he's got one of those. What he does is he wraps it in a washcloth and then puts one of those insulated covers over things outside.
Well, I've got moving blanket here at the house. I got moving blankets wrapped around everything with plywood boxes over the blankets.
Okay.
But at work, that's a metal building. All the water pipes running up along the ceiling, the roof.
Yeah.
So, we've got the well shut off. We've got lights, heaters in all the bathrooms, and lights shining on pipes and stuff like that. But there comes a point
you never know.
You can just do whatever you can do, and that's it.
Thank you, DJ, for dropping Grumpus's link.
Yeah.
Anybody's not subscribed to Grumpus, he's the barbecue channel. He's had a little bit of health issues lately. A little bit. That's funny.
A little.
But it's all good now.
Grumpus is a heart attack survivor and also a quadruple bypass survivor. October. He did it in October, y'all, and he's climbing on the roof right now.
Charlotte and myself share a heart attack anniversary. We
do. We share a heart attack anniversary. That's right. I keep forgetting that, Grumpus. I don't know why. That's
Charlotte,
crazy.
My wife was asking me the other day, did you have a bypass or stent?
No, just a stent.
Okay.
Just a stent. Thank God.
Because she's still fussing at me about driving home, and I said, well, Charlotte walked home.
I did. I had to.
Well,
I had to call 911 somehow. I was at home without my phone on my morning walk, a quarter mile from my house. So I had to walk back to get to my phone to call 911 because I knew I was about to die. Grumpus didn't know he was about to die, but
nah, it's just another day.
Right. Oh my goodness. So listen here, y'all. This is an interesting. I don't know how deep y'all want to get tonight. And I usually don't like to talk about religion, but I heard something recently. I heard something recently. I've had a Jehovah's Witness trying to convert me lately. Well, and she's a very nice lady, and I really like her. And she comes to visit me sometimes on Fridays. And the last time she was here, she told me that, we were discussing how to prepare family for the finality of their parents leaving them. Because, I'm not scared to die. It happens to all of us. None of us make it out of here alive. But what I am afraid to do is leave, if that makes any sense.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. And I think that is something that burdens everybody who gets closer and closer to their own demise is, how do I leave? And that was one of the philosophical questions that came up. And she was trying to comfort me somehow, and I'm using air quotes there, by telling me that there are places in their book that say that the dead know nothing. The dead are dead. They don't go here. They don't go there. They don't go anywhere. They're dead in the ground, going to check. There's nothing else. There's nothing else for dead people. Okay? And that kind of bothered me for a minute. Okay, for a week. It bothered me for about a week. And then I remembered, and y'all, I was raised in the church. I was raised with the Bible. I am not what one might call a conventional Christian.
Well,
and that's
here.
Okay. That's between me and my belief. Okay.
Yeah.
But my point is, there's a part in the Bible that talks about somebody named Lazarus. And I'm sure you're all familiar with that story if you've ever been to Sunday school for any length of time. and or in the church. And Lazarus was Jesus's friend. And Jesus got word that Lazarus had died. So he went to where Lazarus was with his family. You know, Lazarus's family was there. And Jesus said, Lazarus, get up, you bum. Basically, he said, he rose him from the dead.
Yep.
And I thought to myself in that moment, when I thought about that story, and it just came to me, I was mulling all this over in my head, okay? It was not an out loud conversation with anybody, but I was mulling it over. And I thought to myself, well, if nobody was home, if Lazarus was dead and gone and there was nothing left of him, how did he know to come back and listen to what Jesus said when he said, get up?
Good point.
I'm just using that as I guess maybe I'm struggling with that. And but I thought it was an interesting take, because none of us know. I mean,
No.
None of us know for sure if anything we read in that book is a real thing or not. We've been told it is. We've been told it is. We've been, what's the word I'm looking for? Indoctrinated to believe that it is the gospel. Right?
Yeah.
Well, I believe that there's probably a hereafter, and me believing that shouldn't hurt anybody.
No, it does not.
And if I'm wrong, what's it matter?
Right. And if we're wrong, it doesn't matter. That's right.
I was raised in church my whole life. My mom grabbed all of us 5 kids 3 nights a week. We was in the church.
And you were in it, whether you wanted to be or not.
Yeah.
It was for your own good, Grumpus.
But
dang it.
Well, it kept us out of trouble. But
that's right.
That being said, now this is where me and my wife get a little.
You go different directions.
Get a little heated. I believe in karma as much as I believe in Christianity. I believe you reap what you sow.
Isn't that what karma is?
Good come your way, and if you're not, then you deserve what you get. Now call that crazy, but you got to believe something, right?
Well, and that's the thing. That's the thing. As I said to this friend who was trying to comfort me, I said, well, the only thing that makes any of this true or false to anybody is their faith. Yeah. They either believe or they don't. And if you do, great. And if you don't, well, that's great too. You just do you, And
that to me, that falls right into place with people believing in aliens or not.
Right.
Life in other planets or not. I mean, as humans, are we that arrogant that we would think we're the only one around?
I am.
In a galaxy this big? I mean, we could be the garbage planet that all the leftovers get dumped on.
We could be like the cockroaches of the galaxy.
That's right.
It's interesting to think about, though, isn't it? I think
if you get a chance to watch a movie, there's a movie out. It's called Childhood's End. And it's a 3-part, it was made for TV. It was a 3-part miniseries.
I'm going to write that down.
And that will really get you thinking.
Well, what is it about?
The rapture.
Oh, okay.
But it's got a twist and turn at the end that just really makes you go,
We're an experiment. I used to say all the time that if there really is a God out there, he is sitting wherever he lives and laughing his butt off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Look what they're doing
Look at those idiots now.
Yeah, I believe that.
Look at them trying to jump through hoops and blah, blah, blah,
Look
whatever.
what they've done the last 4 years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did I say that out loud?
You did. You did.
Mm,
And we don't agree on all that either, Grumpus, but I love
Well, I
you
know we
anyway.
don't.
yeah, no.
Well, you brought up a religion. I thought I'd put my toe in the water.
There you go. There you go. Put that
Yeah.
toe in the water. But look at this. We can talk about something like this and still like each other. See that?
Well, yeah.
But Daddy's coming home. Lisa said, Daddy's coming home. Oh, my goodness. I'm sorry. I think I'm about to choke to death on my tea, y'all. And I don't have any more left. That's a tragedy. Look, why don't y'all do me a favor and take over the stream for me for a minute while I put some tea in the pitcher and get it to brewing for me, okay?
Okay.
I was going to say, DJ, tell Marcel your story about TikTok.
TikTok's offline?
Yep.
Yeah.
They shut it down?
Yeah.
Or just temporarily closed?
Well, they'll say that it's temporarily offline, but here's the thing, Grumpus and Mo. So, at 10 over an hour ago now, I was watching a video on TikTok just for fun, and they kicked me out. And
You stopped it right in the middle?
yeah. And here's the thing. That wasn't supposed to happen.
So you brought down TikTok?
I know. But that wasn't supposed to happen until midnight, which is now in 16 minutes. So they cut me off an hour and a half before they said they would.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't think I've ever been on TikTok.
You might not have, but
I mean, if somebody sent me a link and I clicked it, then, maybe so, but I've never gone to TikTok on purpose to try to see anything.
well, I mean, sorry, you could be right.
Yeah, what? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. If any of you remember, it was 2 years ago that I went to complain to Charlotte about a TikTok video.
Oh, the meat recipe, the meatloaf?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so it was weird, and I mean, I wish they took that video down that same day, but
Well, tell them about the video because they don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so this Northern woman, I don't remember where she's from exactly, was making hamburgers, and she was making them normally until she added milk to it. But okay, that's not my problem because I know a splash of milk can help it. I could but she put in a bowl full of milk.
It was at least 3 cups of milk. I mean, it was like she was pouring it on the cereal. And it when she was stirring it, it looked so bad that if you could picture bits of hamburger swimming in a bowl of milk, that's what it looked like. And
Yeah.
and the thought of that, I wouldn't have been able to eat anything that came from that particular thing, because I would remember what it looked like while I was cooking it. It looked like something that come out of my children when they had little bugs in their tummy.
Yeah,
Truly.
no, like, it was disgusting, and I had to go directly to someone to say, hey, is this normal? I mean,
Yeah, he sent me the video and he's like, is it normal for people to do this? And I'm like, no,
yeah,
not normal.
no, because I originally told her about it, and she was like, oh yeah, put milk and hamburger, that helps it, combine, because you originally thought I meant like a splash of milk. Until you saw the video, you did not believe that it was a bowl full of milk. So
So what were you making?
I was
It was meatloaf.
Oh, meatloaf.
Yeah, she was making meatloaf
Okay.
with milk and hamburger and something else, but the amount of milk she put it. But now look, here's the interesting thing about that video is when she put all these ingredients together, it looked terrible. It looked like soup.
Yeah.
But when it was finished, it looked absolutely normal and edible.
I'll be darned.
But now there's no way I could have eaten it. No way.
What, I had to try it.
No, I wouldn't have tried that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have tried that one. But
So did the milk just all evaporate out? Is that how it worked?
somehow it either cooked out or it absorbed into maybe breadcrumbs or whatever. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. And it was the craziest thing ever seen. Of course,
Yeah.
it could have all been camera work too. You never
Well,
know.
might have tasted like a milk-fed calf or something.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You know, one of them little cute ones.
Probably on Roseanne's channel. Okay.
Well,
So what's going on Roseanne and Tom McDonald? What's going on with that?
I don't know. They were talking about it, and I hadn't seen anything about it, so I don't know
Yeah.
if it's on
I'm just curious because I like, well,
one of the
I
national
used to like
networks, or if
Roseanne
it's
Barr.
on
I
YouTube.
liked her shows and I like, but I don't know if I like
I like her shows if she'd just be quiet when she's not on camera.
Well, that's kind of how I feel about it too.
yeah.
Oh, it's a funny rap video. Okay. I'm gonna have to go look at that. I'll have to look at that. Because she is a funny lady now. She is a very funny lady. So I don't know how we're gonna survive the next week. I'm kind of dreading it, to be honest with you.
So what do you do to get your animals prepared? I mean, you got chickens, right? And chickens,
yeah, but
rabbits?
they're okay. They'll be fine. I mean, we've got basically bisqueen around one edge of the coop.
Okay.
And so all I have to do is close the door and leave them in that side of the coop and they'll be fine. They don't really need a lot of insulation. And now if it was going to be negative 70 degrees outside, yeah.
So you don't have to have a heater or anything? Or a light bulb?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. They're good down to about 0.
Okay.
So, yeah. That's why I bought these kinds of chickens, too, is because they're known to be cold hardy and heat hardy chickens. They can handle temperatures.
Now, do you still have the rabbits?
No, unfortunately, they all bit it. But, I mean, they were old and
Yeah.
it was time. One did escape, and it lived a good long time, just frolicking in the neighbor's yard, between my yard and the neighbor's yard. And the neighbor loved it. You know, it would feed it carrots and things, and but it ended up disappearing one day. So I'm going to assume that it lived out its life and died a natural death. Okay, that's what I'm choosing to believe.
Well, there's nothing wrong with believing that.
But in reality, some dog probably come along and murdered it.
Which is natural.
Which is, yeah, exactly. Part of the circle of life, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, but before I go, I want to tell you about a project I just began. And it may surprise some of y'all, but I'm writing a book.
You're writing a book?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, DJ, that's going to be interesting. I can't wait. Let me know when it's done so I can read it.
I will.
And I'll tell you another thing. I'm a great editor. Just so you know, when it comes to writing.
Okay, I will keep that in mind.
Yeah, you keep that in mind.
Try to keep the words short, and I'll read it.
You'll have to do an audio book for it so
Use
that Grandpa's
easy words.
Listen to it while he's
working
on his house and climbing on his roof.
But yeah, I began that last week. This week it gets confusing, but yeah, I'm already working on chapter 3 of it, so
that's great. Now, is it a
it's a
fiction or nonfiction?
It's a fiction book. It's fantasy adventure.
Okay.
And let me just tell you, it's inspired by Harry Potter, but is not related to Harry Potter at all. So,
okay.
But yeah, I just have the first 5 chapters done maybe next month.
Nice.
Depending on how fast I go. And, you know, I may send you a PDF solid and have you read it and see what you think.
Okay.
About it. So,
now look, I don't know a lot about publishing books, but I do know a lot about grammar and punctuation.
Yeah.
I know all about that.
No, my main concern right now is if I'm doing correct grammar.
Okay.
But yeah.
I can help you with that, definitely.
Okay, cool. It's definitely something that I'm wanting to do more of, and if I could get that help, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay, I will keep you updated. Bye, guys.
Bye, my dear. Take care.
Good seeing you,
Good
DJ.
to see you, DJ.
You too.
That's so great for him.
I think
now,
it is too.
Harry, he's not just going to send you a copy. You're going to have to buy a copy from him. That's why he's doing it. He wants to make money. That's why people do things like that, to make money. Maybe I should write a book. No.
Yeah, if I did that, it'd be big letters, double spaced, and about 3 pages.
Yeah, well, I love to write, but I don't think I have anything to write that anybody's interested in. So,
Well, that falls right into place with having a YouTube channel.
that's right.
I can't
Nobody's
believe I'm doing
interested.
anything anybody wants to know about.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta be pretty self-centered and think what I'm doing is important.
Right. But you know what's so neat though is what we're doing here. I mean,
Yeah, this is fun.
this is fun, and this is like, to me, this is what YouTube ought to be about.
I look forward to Saturday nights.
I enjoy it a bunch. So, and I've been doing live streams on Monday nights too with my crocheting and stuff. And believe it or not, I got more views last Monday than I've ever gotten on a live stream in my whole 5 or 6
nice.
years of doing this.
Nice.
It was only 135.
Well,
but
that's
still,
a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah. That was a lot for me. And it was only like an hour and a half live stream. I don't do them very long on Monday night.
Well, if I could just join on time, that'd be a step for me. I'm even late to the ones that I host.
Look, I was a little bit late today too. Hey,
I can't make my own live stream.
How are you? Oh, now Terry, just because I've got 7 kids doesn't mean there's a book in there anywhere. However,
some of it she don't want to remember.
Yep. That's the truth. You know, Violet's little friend came in here the other day. Violet had a date tonight, all the way over in Mobile, Alabama. And Grumpus, I was so terrified. I was absolutely terrified.
What you afraid of?
I was afraid he was going to steal her and murder her and throw her in a dang culvert somewhere or out in the Gulf, and nobody'd ever see her again.
Well, apparently that didn't happen.
It did not. And you don't know how grateful I was when she walked through that front door. I was just like, oh my goodness, she's home, thank goodness. But
I mean, she didn't go out front, just jump into a moving van or anything like that.
no, she didn't. But I don't care for this young man at all. And but I'm not, I mean, she's almost 20 years old. I'm not going to tell her who she can't be friends with.
And that's probably all the encouragement she needs.
Exactly. So I'm not going to do that. If she wants to go on a date with him, then she can go on a date. She's an adult. And the main thing I was more concerned about was her riding in the car with him all the way to Mobile and back. Because I don't usually let her, I know it sounds crazy. I don't like her riding in cars with other people. And I have ingrained this in her head since she was about 14 years old. If you ever go on a date, you drive yourself. That way you're not at anybody's mercy, you know. And when she left this afternoon to go on the date, we told her before she left, hey, if he starts driving and making you anxious, if he scares you, if he does anything you tell him to pull over at the next exit because you have to go pee, and you call us and we will come get you. Do not let on like you're calling your parents. We will come get you. And she understood, but it's not that I don't allow her anymore. It's more that she makes the choice to follow that rule that I've always had about you drive yourself.
Yeah.
And she made him ask us if he could take her on that date. She made us say yes to him.
Well, that's good.
And but you know, it was just really a harrowing night. I mean,
it's, you know, me and my first wife, we were together 10 years. Mm-hmm. But her mother, she hated me. She could not stand me.
Really?
And well, I was referred to as that boy.
Oh my gosh.
Even after we were married for like 5 years, it was that boy.
Oh my goodness, Terry, are you serious? One of my high school friends got some jumper cables to help a guy out and disappeared, and that was 20 years ago. That's awful. See, and it's things like that that make me think my daughter's going to go missing. even when she's not. But
Yeah, but they may be living happily ever after on an island somewhere. You don't know.
might be. But like my oldest daughter, at first I didn't have any love for her husband at all. In fact, if he wasn't my daughter's husband, I wouldn't have anything to do with him. And that's the truth. But as I've gotten to know him and I've seen what kind of husband he is and what kind of father he is, I am not ever going to claim to be his best buddy. But I have a certain respect for him, and I appreciate that he is good to them, and he's a hard worker and a great provider, and he's a good caretaker, and there's a lot of great things about my son-in-law that I see now that I never could see back then.
Yeah.
So things changed, and they've only been married 10 years. So
I don't think my mom was real fond of any of the girls I dated.
Really?
And I used to think one of these days I'm going to find somebody just like mom, leaves like mom, acts like mom, and my dad's going to hate her.
My dad's going to hate her. Of course, they found his jewelry in
a sand lot in the Ozarks. Is that what he's trying to say?
In something in the Ozarks, a hog lot. So basically, you're saying that the hogs ate him and pooped out his jewelry? Because that's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like.
That's god awful. I see. And see, not long ago, my neighbor was working on his house. And my neighbor seems like an all right kind of fella. He looks a little creepy, and he kind of acts a little creepy. But he's always been respectful and polite every time we've seen each other, right? So a while back, he lost his cell phone, and he came and knocked on my door and asked me if I could call his phone so he could go in his house and listen for it, right? And I said, all right, I'll do that. So I dialed his number, and he couldn't get over there fast enough. I had to dial it again. And then I finally said, here, just take my phone, walk around your house with it, keep hitting redial, until you find your phone. And he had it for a while. So I went over there and his door was wide open. Well, I didn't go inside. I stood in the front yard and I said, hey, are you done yet? He goes, I can hear it. It's right here. I just can't see it. Can you come help me? I said, no, sir, I cannot. I said, I'm sorry about that. You can keep my phone as long as you need it, but I'm not going in your house. Well, I might have just saved my life. All I could think of is if I go in that house, number one, my neighbors are going to tell my husband that I was over there in some strange man's house.
They're going to see you leaving.
And number two, they might find me 10 years later buried under the floorboards of his house. You don't know.
Find you in a hog lot in the Ozarks.
That's right. And I'm like, no, sir, I cannot go into your house. No. So when he came out with his phone, he had found it, and he handed me my phone back. And I looked at him and I said, look, I'm really sorry that I couldn't help you out there. I said, but I did not think it was appropriate for me to go into your house while my husband was at work.
Well, that's perfectly fine.
And
he said, didn't he?
He said, you know what he said? He said, well, I'm sorry that I asked you to come because I wasn't thinking at the time, but you're right. That would have been a bad decision on your behalf. And I thought, you darn right it would. I mean, and not that I think Poppy would have thought that I was being scandalous, because he wouldn't. But it's just the appearance of a scandal. I don't like that.
Well, I mean, nowadays you got to be careful about everything.
Exactly. His name is.
I was going in the store the other day, and there was a woman behind me. I had her daughter. I'm assuming it was her daughter, and I grabbed the door handle and I looked at her. I says, "Is it still okay if I open the door for you?"
Oh. Oh,
And she had a big old grin on her face. She said, "Well, yes." And I said, "Well, you never know."
you know what? When somebody holds the door for me, whether it doesn't matter who it is, I
Yeah.
always make sure that I thank them profusely because that is such a rare thing.
Well, I
And
do it all the time, but I usually crack a joke or make a point and let them know, I don't want to get in trouble if I do this.
right, right. I don't want you to hate my guts just because I opened the door for you. You know? I'm not a creep. I'm just polite.
Yeah, don't call your lawyer yet.
Right. But Lisa does too. She tries to thank them because it's so rare, and it really is. And I've taught my son. Well, I haven't. Poppy has taught my son. My son opens the door for me no matter where we go.
I always do it. Just habit.
And he started doing that. He was probably 6 years old, and the doors were bigger than he was, and he couldn't budge them. And he'd ask his daddy for help. And it used to just tug at my heartstrings because here's this little boy trying to do the right thing, you know.
And I can't tell you how many cows I've let in that didn't even say thanks or look my direction.
I know. Believe me, I've seen it happen. I hope I don't lose us there. My computer just told me, oops, ding-a-ling, you're about to run out of battery. That's what it said. But what the devil?
That's right, Lisa. Chivalry's not dead.
My husband always holds the door for. Yeah, mine does too. And sometimes it irritates me because I'm in a hurry. Like, come on, let's go. He's like, wait a minute, I got to hold this door. And I'm like, oh my God. Do you have to do it for everybody?
Well, sometimes the line gets long. There's no break to close it.
And that's true too. That's true. And I do. I mean, after I get a little irritated and I say, "Arr," and then I think to myself, well, that's why you married him, ding-a-ling, because he's
Well,
like
I mean,
that. So.
would you lose 10 seconds?
Exactly. I didn't lose anything, and it don't cost anything to be nice, right?
That's right.
So, and he always he drives me nuts. We'll be at a 4-way stop, and he'll always let everybody go.
No,
Boy.
I don't do that.
And I'm like, no, take your turn, ding-a-ling, take your turn.
I try not to do everybody else's drive, and I try to manage my own.
Right. Drives me nuts. But then again, I mean, I try to be polite to folks, but I'm not near as polite as he is.
Well, you can only do so much.
Yeah. There. Stuff's driving me crazy.
How's my volume tonight? Is it equal? Does it sound all right?
I think it's better than it's been in a while, to be honest with you. I like
I've done
it.
some more work in here this week. I got my well, at least I got most of my cameras working. I had pulled out. This is a USB card.
Oh,
It plugs in. There's a USB ports, and
right.
this plugs into the computer.
Okay.
Well, I got 3 of these because all these cameras wanted their own channel. So I had 3 of these. And I monkeyed around about 4 hours the other night, and I yanked these 2 out. I think these 2 are bad.
Okay.
Is why I was having issues, because I got one in there now, seems to be working okay.
For all 3 of them.
But, well, I had a different camera plugged into each one.
Okay. Hey, Jessica, how are you tonight?
And, of course, these were cheap Chinese things, so I probably got what I paid for.
Yeah, y'all hit the like button and share this video out if you have any friends that are interested in us old folks up here. And and make sure you subscribe if you're not already.
Oh, I like Jane Doe. Where'd you get that, Jane?
Where'd she get what?
With the thumbs up and all that stuff?
Oh, yeah, the emojis and stuff.
Yeah. I've got something similar to that in EVMux.
Do you? You're going to have to teach me EV Mux. You know that, right?
Well, I'm going to. I still haven't subscribed yet, but I'll probably do that this week.
Okay.
We'll do it.
Oh, she made it herself.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool. See, I thought that was. Oh, I mean, I didn't know. I didn't know you could do
Yeah,
that.
I've got one similar to that I let like a ticker tape run across the bottom. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, Jane Doe is like a super moderator. She's the best one I've seen in
You
a
got
long
a fast
time.
finger.
Yeah, yeah, and drops links at the drop of a hat.
Well, it
She
sounded like
does all of
something happened earlier right before I came on.
Oh yeah. Well, we had somebody in here who was seeming like an all right kind of dude.
Yeah.
And then he made a comment about DJ that was uncalled for.
Oh, wished I'd been here.
And Terry caught it. I didn't see the comment, but Terry did. And I said, Terry, he said, I didn't like that comment that so-and-so made. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I went to scroll back and I couldn't find it. So he texted it to me.
Okay.
And I didn't get mad. I mean, I got mad on the inside, but I tried not to make it look like I was mad on the outside.
Yeah.
And I just told him, I said, don't do that.
Well, I see a lot of blue wrenches in here, so.
Yeah. And I think the gentleman left on his own because he knew that he had made a horrible mistake.
Yeah.
I told him that DJ was my friend and he happens to suffer with cerebral palsy. And he's one of the smartest young men that I've known in a long time. And he was out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even something like that doesn't deserve an explanation.
No, it doesn't.
The guy wants to be ugly, he can be ugly somewhere else.
That's right. But he did apologize before he left. So.
Because we don't cotton to them types around these parts.
No, we don't, do we? It made me so mad, but I just had to, woosah, woosah.
You can't let them see you sweat.
Well, and I can't make a complete jerk of myself on my own channel, can I?
Oh, no.
I mean, I tried that once before. It didn't work, so. But people can be terrible, and I don't think that. I really think that he thought he was being funny, but it wasn't funny, you know. I don't, and he was new here. Yes, he was new. I'd never seen him before.
Well, it takes a certain amount of assholes to make the world go around.
Don't it? Don't it? But like I said before, I don't really think he was trying to be.
And I generally try to hunt them out. Because if I can't find one, I must be it.
Oh! Stop it, Grumpus. Stop it. Oh, my goodness. Well, and that's what was so interesting about the whole thing. Nobody booted him because, like I said, I didn't see it. Terry was the only one that saw it. And he apologized, and then I didn't hear from him again. He said, I'm sorry. And, yeah. And I was kind of grateful that he did do that for DJ's sake. I didn't need his apology.
Well, it sounded to me like he was probably trying to say something funny, and
that's what I think.
Didn't come out the way it sounded in his head.
Right. At least I'm choosing to believe that was his intention, and it just backfired on him.
Yeah. I mean, he wouldn't apologize if he just trying to be mean.
Right. I just that really upset me though. And it upset DJ. You could tell it really upset him. And he even said something to the effect that we don't do that here. You know? Wrong channel, dude.
My man.
But, you know, it is what it is. And actually, we didn't have as many blue wrenches in the chat as we do right now.
Yeah, probably
because I see a lot now.
It must have been early.
Mm-hmm. It was like within the first, I don't know, maybe first 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's done. It's over, and I've moved on.
Move on. Okay.
Hey, remember the blanket I was working on?
Yes. Did you
You
finish
weren't
it?
here when I showed it off the first time. Y'all, I finished my blanket. All I have to do is weave in some of these little ends here. But look at this beauty.
Wow, that's big.
It's a baby blanket.
Yeah, I like the way the color shaded in like that.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it worked out pretty good.
I love it. And I've decided to keep it for my my next granddaughter.
Say that.
I am. I'm keeping it. What happened? Oh, okay. This took me about 6 days to make, and that is so crazy because it never takes me 6 days to make a blanket. But I did have to pull a lot out and restart because I was not counting like I should, and I was getting distracted. And but that's okay because it turned out prettier than I expected, and I'm probably going to make another one in green to give to my new little grandson.
Nice.
So there's that.
So that took about how many days did that take?
Well, it took 6 days, but it wasn't like constant working on it. It was usually a few hours in the evening and then maybe a couple of hours in the morning.
But if you were under the gun, how long do you think it would take?
18 hours.
Okay. Couple of days.
If I was under the gun. And I would hurt bad. Well, and see, since I've already made it and I know what the pattern is now, I could go a lot faster too because I was having to stop, decipher the pattern, and it would take me like one whole side to decipher the pattern, and then I could go around and do it, and then I'd have to stop again, and I won't have to do that next time.
I got you.
Because I know it now. Hey, Tom, how are you doing? Sunday dinner chef is Tom. Right?
Yep.
I thought so.
Yeah, I think he's got like 27 channels now.
I think so, too. He's probably making money on all of them, too. Thanks for dropping that link, Jane Doe. If anybody's not subscribed to Grumpus on Fire, which I highly doubt, most of you are probably subscribed, but go ahead and subscribe to his channel and show him some love over there. But yeah, I got that done and I'm so happy with it. But my next project, I don't know if the rest of you were in here, but my friend Scully over at Scully Pop, he's an author who reads his books on the internet, and he has this really neat take on the way he reads it. It's almost an is it ASMR or AMSR?
I have no idea what that means.
Anyhow, the way he reads it is really interesting, and it's very soothing, and I like to listen to him on Sunday nights when I'm about to go to sleep because he does it on a low voice, and it's just very relaxing. Well, anyhow, I've been watching him ever since I started YouTube, and he lives right around the corner from me, believe it or not. It just, and how we met each other on YouTube and then discovered that we lived around the corner from each other is beyond bizarre. But he told me the last time I talked to him, hey, I'll trade you a signed copy of my novel for a beanie. And I said, well, all right. What color do you like? So he says he wants a teal one. Teal. I went through my stash 3 times and did not find teal anywhere.
All the yarn you've got, you didn't have the color?
The yarn I have. Now I have light.
He must have looked first.
I'm like, I cannot believe this. So I had to go to Hobby Lobby today and pick up some teal yarn. So I found this. And it looks bluer on the screen than it really is. It is definitely a true teal. But it's kind of, I don't know if you could tell, but it looks kind of like acid washed or something. Or heathered. It's really a neat teal. I like it. And then I found this ball too. And I thought that was really pretty. It's not all teal, but it has teal. And it also has some navy blue and some green in there. And I thought, wow, that's really pretty. So I decided I'm going to make 2 beanies, and he can pick which one he wants, or he can have them both. I don't care. But I'm going to make him 2 beanies. So I got to get those done this week. And I got to finish, I'm making this little axolotl for my niece. It's an axolotl. He doesn't have eyeballs.
What is that?
It's a little animal, a sea creature of some sort, or a river creature. And it has these cute little thingies on the side.
Okay.
And it's a real popular thing. I still have
like a salamander type thing?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
Kinda. And I need to add more rows to his little butt. But I got to stuff him with plushy stuff first. And he'll be done. So I got to finish this. And then I'll work on my diamond paintings the rest of the week, I think, until my new ball of yarn comes in. I've got the green yarn that I was talking about. That's coming in. So I'll be working on that too. So went back to hear your conversation about what happened. Oh, okay. Okay.
How the DJ went to bed.
I was trying to be as discreet as humanly possible, DJ.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to blast anything. So, but yeah, that was really upsetting. Really upsetting. But so those are going to be my projects. And, I was going to have Poppy fix my fence this week between today and, sometime in the middle of the week. But since we're having such awful weather and freezing temperatures for days on end, I think I'm going to have to wait till it warms up to ask him to fix it because I don't want him out there in that mess.
No, you need to give him a pass.
Right. And we got some interesting, I told y'all that my daughter was diagnosed with that psoriatic arthritis.
Yeah.
Well, the doctor wanted to put her on a medication called Cosentyx, which is a biologic medication that kind of suppresses your immune system, therefore decreases the risk of joint damage, et cetera, inflammation. Well, our insurance decided not to cover it because she hadn't tried anything else.
Oh.
So the
that
doctor
doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Well, the doctor kind of did a little, basically she asked him again, hey, this is not just for psoriasis. This is for psoriatic arthritis too. And the patient's already anemic. So trying other systemic drugs for this condition can cause further anemia. We don't want that to happen. So this is the reason that we asked for the Cosentyx to start with. And she wrote this, I guess, appeal to the insurance company. Well, I just got a letter in the mail the other day saying they denied the second request. So what's probably going to happen is she's going to have to take this other systemic medication, get anemic again, go into her doctor, get her blood tested, and prove that she probably shouldn't be taking this medication. And then we'll ask them again. And we'll probably have to go through this 3 or 4 times before they actually pay for this medication.
That's nuts.
It is nuts. And it's putting her body through a lot of unnecessary stuff in order to get one thing accomplished. And it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating because, as the mom, my instinct is to go up there and beat them up until they say, yes, we'll pay for it.
Well, I mean, you're trying to get the best doctor that you can.
Right.
That doesn't treat you like a guinea pig. So when they dial in what needs to be done, now the insurance company's going to decide.
And now the insurance company's going to do the same thing, right?
We got to have 3 wrong medicines before we'll give you the right one.
Right. And they want her to try something else. Well, here's the thing. She's already had 3 cortisone shots in the past 3 years. She's already been taking Celebrex. She's already been taking meloxicam, which is Mobic. She's already taken, but a DMARD is, okay, NSAIDs are first, and that's the Celebrex and the meloxicam. That's an NSAID. The next step is DMARD, which is something, let me see what that stands for. I know what it is, but I don't. It stands for disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drug. And it is it is also an immunosuppressant, but it doesn't work the same way as these newer / somewhat better drugs. One of them is methotrexate. Methotrexate is a chemotherapy, basically, and it kills rapidly dividing cells, which might be good for her psoriasis. But would it decrease inflammation? I don't know. It's supposed to. Wesley took it for a while, but that's one of the drugs, too, that affects how your bone marrow produces red and white blood cells, which could lead to the anemia. So, and she's already anemic. So there we go. So hopefully we'll only have to do this one time and the doctor can resubmit and they will go ahead and honor the request. I hope so. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our friend Marcel. How are you doing tonight?
Hey, stranger. How you doing?
Oh,
You look so pretty.
good. How are you? I still have my Christmas tree up. I don't want to hear.
I still got my tree up too.
I decided to
I've
look
got my
presentable
Christmas
for you
plant
guys.
on the shelf.
I think I may just
You
decorate
do.
it for Easter.
That's,
I
shoot,
thought about doing that. If it
I
didn't
still have
drive
some
me so
Thanksgiving
crazy.
decorations up there. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Oh no, no, you're good. No. It's
We
coming
had-
down tomorrow.
We had
It's
one
coming
up for
down
over a
tomorrow.
year, a few years back.
Tomorrow you're going to take,
It
you
was
ought to
up all
put some
summer.
purple and gold and green on it and make it a Mardi Gras tree.
Oh, I'm down with that. I'm going to do Mardi Gras before I get too old and decrepit to do it.
If you do
Yeah.
it, come over here to Mississippi. Don't go to New Orleans.
Oh, okay, we'll do that.
New
I'll take
Orleans
it.
is dangerous.
Well, you know what? We had a great trip to New Orleans Thanksgiving of 2023, and we had a
I
fabulous
remember
trip.
that.
And we stayed in a beautiful hotel. We felt pretty safe walking there. I mean,
Yeah,
I-
I
all
love
that
New
stuff.
Orleans.
all that stuff that happened the other weekend, that was just heartbreaking.
It was, wasn't it?
So
But, you know, that
unnecessary.
wasn't typical either.
Oh no,
That wasn't typical of New Orleans. Put the box under it, Grumpus. Tree.
Man. So how's everybody doing?
Doing good.
I
Doing
spent all day trying to get ready for the big freeze.
Oh man, I just brought my 2 surviving plants in. I was like, I'm not gonna kill them. I'm not gonna kill them. Yeah.
I have 2 persimmon trees over here in my corner that my dad gave me, and I brought those in today because I'm scared I'll forget to bring them in and they'll die out there. So I went ahead and brought them in today. They probably could use some water. I wrapped plastic bags around the tote or nursery pots that they're in,
Yeah.
so that if I need to water them, I can water them and it won't go all over the kitchen floor.
Nice.
But yeah, he got me 2 persimmon trees, y'all. And I
Nice.
brought them home at Christmas time after, we went up there and visited. So I brought
Be
those
right back.
home with me.
I've got to extract a naughty kitty cat from my kitchen table.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I love those windows in her house. They look
Yeah,
so
I've got
pretty, don't
I got some plants that I'm sure is not going to make it. But I figure every plant I can save, that's $12. I don't have to spend next spring.
they? That's true. That's true. And don't forget, you got moonflower seeds.
Yeah, I got them. I'm going to get that stuff in the ground here. In fact, I'll probably put it in the greenhouse. What do you think, around February?
Yeah.
Get them started
Yeah.
around February?
Yeah. I would. Definitely. I don't know how finicky they are about having their roots bothered. So you'd have to be really careful, transplanting them. But yeah, I think they'd be great in February. Because then they'll be good sized plants by the time you get ready to plant them. Beware, because Easter is in April this year. Mid to late April.
Oh, is
And
it?
I think so. Easter 2025 is Sunday, April 20th. So a late Easter.
I don't generally do much of anything outside till around April the 1st.
Okay. Okay.
Because we
'Cause
generally
usually
have a
here-
cold front blows in at the very end of February,
Yeah.
almost like clockwork. That
Yeah.
third or fourth week, it'd get freezing one night or frost one night.
Yep. Yep. Now here, if we have a late Easter, we're going to have a blackberry winter, which is like a surprise frost right around Easter time. I don't know why. But it has something to do with Easter and voodoo.
Voodoo.
I'm just saying. I can't tell you how many things I've killed because of blackberry winters.
So I was
And-
reading the comments earlier about the ground cherries. I've never heard of those.
I never heard of them either.
They're
But
kind of
it
like little
sounds
tomatoes.
intriguing.
They do. A lot of people like them a lot. A lot of people despise them. And I think you're either in one of the two camps. You
So
either
how
love
tall a
them or
plant
hate them.
is it?
Huh?
How tall of a plant is it? What
Yeah.
size is the plant?
I mean, like a tomato plant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But now they like to.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that was my ring light. Jeez. I'm like, where'd the
I
light go
thought I was
out?
blacking out.
No, I wanted to move my computer because I've got to get over here and make my tea. My mouth is getting really dry. And I need my tea, darn it.
So I started trying to do a meatless diet during the week.
Okay.
And I've been enjoying that, actually.
Really?
Yeah. It's not been too bad. But on the weekends, I kind of let off a little bit. Like we had pizza. And then today I was like stress eating. We were at Walmart after all of this, nonsense went on. And then like we were standing there, I took my daughter in to spend some of her Christmas money. And then they brought out the fried chicken. I was like, get it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what I like to eat on the meatless meal? And it's so simple and so basic that I feel stupid telling you about it.
Oh no, that's the best kind of meal.
I open up a can of pinto beans and I add some enchilada sauce or some any kind of Mexican seasoning sauce, also whatever.
Yeah.
I add a little bit of that to it. And then I put a little bit of cumin in it, taco seasoning, whatever. And I make quesadillas with it. And I just put the
I love it.
tortilla down,
Mhm.
throw some pintos in there. I don't like the juice in it, though. I just kind of drain that with a slotted spoon, throw the pintos on, I put cheese down, fold it over, bam, quesadilla, done. And it's delicious.
I do something similar with refried beans, and I put corn and black beans. I kind of like really dress them up. Love it.
Yeah.
Never done an enchilada sauce with it though. I'm gonna have to try that.
Well,
we like the Taco Bell sauce.
I use whatever I've got. If it's Taco Bell sauce, I'll use. If it's enchilada, I use. It doesn't matter. Not to me anyway. But you know what? I like your idea of dressing it up with black beans and corn and stuff like that too. I might have to do that next time. And maybe some peppers or, anything.
This last week, I got an idea from eatingwell.com.
Yeah.
And I actually made it twice. I liked it so much. It was, I might post it. So act surprised if you see this recipe.
Oh, I will.
Pretty act surprised. No, but it was roasted broccoli, chickpeas, red bell pepper, and a sweet onion. And then I just tossed it with a little bit of olive oil, salt and pepper, roasted the veggies, and then served it with steamed brown rice and a tablespoon of pesto.
Ooh.
Serving like you did the pesto. You portion it out and then do the pesto with the serving. So it was like a cup of vegetables, a half cup of brown rice, and then a tablespoon of pesto. And I meal prepped it, and so it was really nice because I could just go and grab it out of the fridge. But it was super good.
It sounds delicious.
It does sound delicious.
It needs a leg of lamb next to it or something.
I
A lamb shank.
And then I bought some of those Beyond Beef, Beyond Meat burgers, which I actually really like. If they have those on the menu at restaurants, I order those. I think they're really good.
Are they?
Yeah.
I've never had one.
Oh, you should try it. Yeah, they're good. And at this point, they were really expensive. Like 2 years ago, they were like a luxury item, but now they're cheaper than beef.
Oh, okay.
It's true. Two
have
of them.
to
I mean,
show
you only
you.
you get two of them, so it's probably only the equivalent of a half pound in the formed patties. But even like the pound of the meat, it's right on par with, a pound of ground beef now for $9. Oh my God. You will never believe what happened to me. I am just moseying on out here. I went to HEB the other day. Grumpus, you'll appreciate this, right? So,
I'm listening. I'll be right back, but I'm
okay.
listening.
So I go into the store and I literally they had meat marked down like for the week. It wasn't bad or close to being bad, but you go early in the morning and
Right.
25% off of things that are best buy end of the week,
Hit that shelf every chance.
Oh yeah. And so I got 3 pounds of ground beef, some burgers, and then I just some little stuff. Like I grabbed a bag of cat food, some cat litter. I don't even remember what. Paper towels, some milk, some half and half, just some piddly little stuff. And at this point, probably $35, $40 worth of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I check out, and I'm just doing what I do. And this girl's like, dude. And then she was like, okay, your total comes to 122, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
120.
But I was so trained, like shit, I can't even leave the house without spending $100 these days. So I was just like, wow, what did I buy? That was so expensive.
I understand.
And so I told her that. I said, I can't even leave the house without spending $100. My husband's going to lock me in the closet this week. And
Right.
so I get outside and I said, there's no way. She hands me my 3 bags of stuff. And I was like, there's just no way. I spent $122. So I get out there and I stop and I look at my receipt. I get out of the line of traffic, and one of those pounds of ground beef, I guess when they mark them down like that 25%, the cashiers have to go in and manually override it and type it in.
Oh.
The little girl, when she typed it in, the pound of ground beef was $7.18 before the discount. And she typed it in as $71.85.
Oh my goodness gracious.
It was discounted to 53 and some change by the time she was done with me, but I was like, what? And so then I had to turn right back around and go stand in line with everybody getting a dang money order for this or that, stand there for 25 minutes to get my money.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, what was the final
I stopped
total?
on the way home the other night, and I think I spent a little over $80.
Oh, geez.
And I said, $80? I mean, it was only one bag. And the cashier's little gal, she said, yeah, things have kind of gone up. I said, I only came in for milk.
Yeah.
That was an expensive gallon of milk there.
Well, I was practically in the circus the other day. I went in there for one thing, and then I got a phone call saying, hey, can you pick this up? Can you pick this up? And by the time I got to the front, I was like balancing everything.
Yep.
I said, I'm going to put in a customer card that says, put baskets at the rear at the store for people like me.
Right.
You just
get the phone calls and forget everything. Yeah.
But the final total, like, it was kind of funny. I've lost that receipt, and I wish I had saved it because that's actually never happened to me before.
Right.
But the girl said, she saw me come back in. She's like, ma'am, is everything okay? And I said, no, look, check this out. And she's like, oh, wow. She's like, go right over there to the, customer service. She was like, they'll help you. Some other lady had that same problem. And I'm thinking,
it was you. You are the lady.
I'm thinking, gosh, that would be a good way to get a huge tip.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's time to buy a couple more briskets and grind them up because briskets are half the price of ground beef.
Are they?
I bought a pound of ground beef the other night. I was in a hurry and needed something. I think it was $8 something.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
This was like, what, 70, 30 or something like that. It wasn't the high-end hamburger. It was the mystery stuff.
I'm going to look right now.
I looked at the briskets, and they were barely over $4.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, it's time to get the grinder out.
Let me see. I'm going to see what I'm paying for ground beef here where I live.
Well, like 1 pound of lean ground beef or like lean, I want to say like ground sirloin, it's so expensive. It's like over $7.
Yeah.
Well, I get 5 pounds of ground chuck for $4.49 a pound still. I'm okay with that.
That's pretty good in relation to everything else.
Yeah. But, you know, considering too, I used to pay 99 cents a pound for ground beef. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
When I was poor. And that's all we ate. That and chicken. Chicken, lots of chicken. You know, you could buy a bag of chicken quarters for like $3.39.
I
Yeah,
remember
we're eating a lot of yard bird around here.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
My mom liked to tell the story about my grandmother who would raise chickens in her backyard, and they would butcher the chickens. And my mom, you know, they grew up real poor, and she tells these stories. They had a garden in the back, and her mom would always make stuff. They grew jalapenos and they grew tomatoes, and she always talks about, you know, what a big deal it was to have a ham. And then her mom would make chow chow from the garden, and then sometimes they would have a chicken. And then my mom tells these stories really in an animated fashion, and she'll be like, my mama would go out there and she'd just wring that chicken's neck. I was like, but you know, my grandmother was apparently a pretty badass. Like, oh no, it's crazy.
So what made you decide to try to go meatless? Is there something behind that, or?
You know, I'm trying to. I would like to lower my cholesterol numbers for sure. It's, you know, our diet is not that bad, but it's a hereditary thing on my side of the family.
Okay.
And so my numbers right now in that department are kind of borderline. And so plus, you know, I do dabble with it a little bit, you know, I'm middle of the road, you know, y'all know I'm kind of a tree hugger in a weird way, you know, but you know, the cruelty free thing does appeal to me. And, I watched a documentary. I've watched a few documentaries on the meat processing industry and all that, and it does bother me, you know, how all that's handled. But
Right.
I felt really good. I did 5 days worth of meatless meals, and I felt really good.
Hi, Nani Mae. How are you doing tonight? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Marcel. I'm a little bit of a tree hugger, but not quite in that direction.
I wish I could grow. I'm going to give a garden the good old college try again. I'm going to go clean mine out. I don't know if I can do too much. You know, we'll be missing some manpower around here this spring for a minute. But I think I'm going to try to do some porch plants, some porch growing. I'm going to do some jalapenos, some tomatoes, and see what I could do.
I think you'd do great at it. You know, all you need is some 5-gallon buckets for the porch. A tomato plant will grow in a 5-gallon bucket. So will a pepper. So will just about anything.
I've taken whole bags of potting soil and just laid it down and put a little cross cut in it and just plant tomatoes straight into the bag.
Yep,
Oh,
you
really?
can do that too. Yeah.
My brother
get about four plants in one bag.
Yeah.
If you hit the corners right.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Nani Mae. Good to see you.
Hi, Nani.
My brother for a few seasons in a row bought these like inverted plants where they would grow. They're like
Upside
the
down,
tomatoes
yeah.
are hanging plants.
Y'all, I got these glasses at Hobby Lobby today, and I absolutely love them. And they're actually glass, but they look like those, you know, those. Where's my thing? Here it is. They look like these, but they don't have a handle. They're a real glass, and I really like drinking out of them.
Oh, I love it.
This keeps me from chewing glass. I mean, ice, chewing glass.
Everybody distracts Charlotte. She's chewing the glass again.
I'm chewing the glass again.
No, those are really pretty.
It just popped up on my phone. Love y'all. I miss y'all so much. Love you, Grump. It's good to see you. Back standing tall. Thank you for coming, Obnet. Thank you so much. You have a great night, dear. No, I chew ice a lot, and my teeth are really paying for it. And this year I had like a lot of dental work done. A lot. Like
I
the
feel
first
that.
6 months of the year, I was going every 2 weeks, and it was awful because I'm terrified of the dentist. Y'all don't even know how terrified I am. I mean, I get all sweaty and I start hyperventilating and I start crying and I look like an idiot. And my dentist, God love him, is so good to me. He knows what a big fat baby I am. So there you have it. So I decided to do him and me a favor and start drinking out of a straw to keep from chewing the ice. And we'll see how that works.
I've gotten so, like, I'm always looking for a straw. I got this Stanley cup that I absolutely adore. And I'm loving the drinking straws too.
Come here.
Yeah, the dentist thing. Oh, Evan went to the dentist the other day. And I do mean this, like 2 weeks ago, he had a tooth that was really bugging him. And he thought he'd had a filling that had come out. And so he needed to go have this thing looked at, because he's just fixing to get really busy. And so he went in and he's like, I got an appointment today at 3:00. I'm going to let him give me the plan to take care of this tooth. It's driving me crazy. And so then he texted me about 45 minutes later and he was like, they're taking the tooth. And I was like, yeah, that was about my reaction right there. And I said, oh my God, do you need me to come get you? And then he was like, well done. I was like, what? I was like, what is going on in this dentist office? So how'd they do that so quick? It was like an all morning thing with me, but
oh my goodness.
That he said that it was very odd because it was a baby tooth.
What?
Yeah. He's about to be 47.
And had a baby tooth that didn't come out.
Yeah.
I'll be darned.
What was left of it, but it was causing him a lot of pain.
For those of you who don't know, this is Birdie.
Hi,
She's my
God.
she's such a sweet kitty.
Yep, she's a good-looking cat.
I love her face. The markings are so pretty.
She's so beautiful, aren't you? She is. She's actually one of the nicest cats we have in the house.
I was getting ready to say that one's not spoiled, is it?
Oh, well, maybe a little bit. It's so funny because she usually doesn't come up on the table. And but when she gets desperate for attention, she'll come. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. I could be computing, I could be crocheting, doing the diamond art. Doesn't matter what I'm doing at this table. When she wants me right now. And she does this. And she'll climb up on my shoulder and she'll just sit here. And she'll sit here as long as I pet her.
So
and
sweet.
Then, but
That's
if I hear what?
Oh,
really?
Excuse me. Pardon me. That's a sign of affection. Don't worry about it. It's all normal.
When I put her down, if she, like, let's say I'm busy and I don't want her in my space, and I put her down, and she'll go around the table, jump back up, come across here, sit down again, and I have to put her down. She'll do that 4 or 5 times before she finally gets the message, hey, you're bothering mom.
That's Francis, the one I just showed you, my little orange man. Yeah, he doesn't respect personal space either.
Do you see that, Grumpus? That's so nice. That's such a huge compliment.
I don't remember what I did.
Y'all, here are the Jane Doe posted the links to my playlist for all the videos on my channel and also all of the live streams on my channel. So if you would like to watch or just listen or put the volume on really low and just let it play, I'm trying to up my watch hours because while I was watching my grandson and trying to figure out what to do on YouTube, I've lost a lot of hours and I really need to regain them. So if you would be so kind as to watch a few of them, that would be great.
How's your watch hours looking at the last couple of months?
I've got 500 more now.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I've been playing your playlist.
Oh, thank you.
I've had both of them running. I've had both of them running Charlotte for about 3 months now.
I can tell.
24/7.
Thank you so much, guys. It is such a huge help.
You're real big in Singapore.
My watch hours have probably tripled.
I've run yours,
since November.
I've run yours, Rumpus, too.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
good.
I'm super excited about this month though, because I've been doing more live streaming, and so far, okay, so let me break it down. For the last year, I haven't gone over 150 to 180 watch hours per month, because, you know, I was watching the grandson, and then I kind of took me a while to kickstart back into gear, right? And then November, it went up to 321. And then December, it went up to 345. And now in January, we're halfway through the month, and it's already 271. So I'm really excited to see what it's going to look like at the end of the month. And my hours have increased from 2,000 2 months ago to 2,500 right now. So we're
Nice.
doing good.
Yeah, and
Doing
the live
good.
streams, they give you a lot of hours in a short period of time.
They do. They
Yeah.
do. And with everybody who's been watching them, I appreciate it so much. Oh, thank you, Ob. I appreciate that. I do. And I know your name, but I can't remember what it is. But you know who I'm talking to. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how fast I can get them back up. And hopefully I'm trying to get a strategy together to keep them up from here on out. Really, I need to start posting videos, period. I need to start uploading and not just live streaming, but that'll come. It'll come. If I can get past I despise editing videos. I despise it. And I've got a video in my phone right now ready to edit, and I cannot find the will to edit the dang thing. And I can't post it the way it is, because there's other conversation in there that doesn't belong in there.
Yeah. I get that.
Me and Poppy were walking around my dad's property, and we were just BSing, because what I thought I would do is just take out all of the audio and then voice over.
Yeah.
Right. So me and him were just talking about everything. And I'm like, I can't post that like it is, because that's a lot of stuff we're talking about. And I don't need to put that all out there in public. You know, Aubrey. Oh, wait a minute. You need content. I do, Tom. You are correct. His bloodhound. Wait a minute. I'm at.
You must be thinking of my basset hounds.
Tell me a story about his basset hound he used to have. Woke him up in the rain on his porch.
No.
Yep, that's your chef, man. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm caught up now. Goodness gracious. Do you know my brother has a basset hound? And she is just the most precious dog.
Oh, they're sweet dogs.
But she is as stubborn as a mule.
They are.
And she does just what she wants to do, and when she wants to do it.
You can train them, but it takes a lot of diligence to get them trained.
Yeah, I think they gave up, because she let me tell you what's so funny. So my brother and his wife lived at my dad's house for 2-3 years. And then they bought the house next door to my dad, which happened to belong to my other brother, but that's another story. So anyhow, now Dad and my brother are neighbors. And every morning when my brother lets the dog out to go potty, it trots 20 acres over to my dad's house. And at about 7 o'clock every morning, my dad opens his back door, and in comes Molly, the dog. Yeah. She stays at my dad's house all day long, walking up and down the fence line, checking out the property, making sure there's nothing for her to hunt.
Yep, they can stay
She barks
active.
at all the cars. She barks at all the people that come to Dad's house. She barks at everything. And then my brother and his wife always eat dinner at my parents' house. So they pack up at around 7 o'clock in the evening to go back to their house, and they put Molly in their cart, and they trot back over to their house. But
Yeah.
it's so funny to me
They're cool
that
dogs.
dog prefers to stay at dad's than at its own house. Of course,
And they're
there
good
is a
sized
pig
dogs.
there.
I mean, my dog was Booger. Booger was
Uh-huh.
like 63, 64 pounds, and he was only, gosh, maybe
A foot off the
10
ground.
inches off the ground.
Yeah, that's the
And a
way
little
she
bitty
is.
short legs. I mean, he'd run across carpet and throw sparks.
Oh my God, she's this wide. She's
Yeah.
wide and she's long,
They're
but
just
she's got legs this tall.
big dogs with short legs.
And
Yeah.
her ears drag the ground on occasion.
And
Yeah.
they're so cute when they're puppies because they'll
Oh.
run and step on an ear and just go end over end.
Yeah, my best friend in high school, their family dog was a big floppy eared dog, and she was so cute. They called her Harley.
That's sweet. Oh, I gave Virgil a haircut today on his face because he was starting to look like Elvis almost with a
Look like
mutton.
Rumpus.
Yeah, no. But he was getting a beard. It was probably this long underneath. And so every time he would drink his water, it would drip down, and it was
Oh,
gross. And it was starting to get kind of red looking from the water stains and stuff. And then he had the eyebrows that were coming up like this. And I don't like that look. So I took the scissors and I gave him a haircut, and he did okay. He doesn't like it, but he did okay. And I was really proud of him. But he looks kind of like a normal dog now, and I'm so relieved because and he actually, I needed to do a little retraining on him. I think he's going to need that periodically because he just turned a year old December 1st.
Yeah.
And he is really stubborn.
You got to stay on it all the time.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to have to do. And one of the things that really bothers me about him is he chews up everything still. And I don't know when that stops or if it stops.
Oh, well, she was a year old in mid-October, and she will still tear stuff up like opportunistically if it's there, but she's not like gnawing on wood or anything like that anymore. And she's just a little over a year.
Whatever branches he finds in the yard, they're his. He will eat them. He will chew them up and scatter them all over my patio. I'm constantly having to sweep it, use the leaf blower and blow stuff off of it. He's torn up the porch. I had those interlocking foam pieces on the porch with a rug over it.
Okay.
He tore up the rug. He's torn up all the foam pieces. He tore up my pair of Crocs.
Does he have any like rawhides or anything to chew on?
He has bones.
Oh,
Like-
get him some rawhides.
Get him some rawhides because that'll keep him busy for hours.
Yeah, I keep those around all the time. The rawhide bones.
Oh yeah.
You don't think I should be afraid he'll choke on it?
Nah, not the
No more
not
than a bone.
They have fake rawhide now. That's actually really highly digestible. And then they have some that are made with pork skin and chicken, and they have different variations of it.
One thing
I'll
he
tell you
loves.
what, my dogs love pig ears.
Yes. He likes those. And
They'd eat those like potato chips.
let me see. I gotta find it. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. Hang
I'm
on,
gonna
let me
send
see.
you. I'm gonna text you pictures of the ones I buy for Ellie.
Okay. Where is his toy? Okay, y'all. It's a freaking bullhorn. It's a buffalo horn, and it's grayish black. That dog loves that thing, and it's all he carries it all over the kitchen with him. He doesn't have one outside. Maybe I should get him one for outside so that when he's out there relaxing, he can just chew on that. But I can't find it right now, and I wish I could.
Go to a feed store or something around you, because I used to get my dogs the little like hog hoofs,
Mm-hmm.
and you.
Did you freeze?
I think he froze.
I think he did too.
You're frozen.
Oh crud!
Yep. Am I
There
back?
Wait. Yep, you're back.
There you
You're back.
Okay. Now you got to give them something that they can eventually consume, because it gives them a goal. They'll work on it, work on it, work on it. If it's like an old bone that they just get bored with it.
Right, right. Well, and that's the thing about this bullhorn. It's slow going, but eventually he can gnaw it all the way down to a nub. Tom, when you showed me those videos from the 80s and 90s of your business, you're a different dude, different breed. And people win. Oh, that's so nice. I love those pictures of his old restaurant too. Those
I know,
are nice.
so cool. It definitely looked like a place you'd want to sit and chill for a while.
Right. It reminded me of that movie or that program Cheers, only on a bigger scale.
Yeah.
You know, where everybody knew everybody and everybody loved everybody, and yeah, that kind of.
Well, I could almost like hear voices and like see bottles of wine on the tables. And,
right.
Yeah.
Right. Do y'all know what that takes? Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, takes a lot of shipping. Then no lobster. Ain't no lobsters in the desert, are there?
Well, guys, today, okay. Well, we've been out here on the property now for 3 years, which is really hard to believe. And this whole time we've had a fence around the property, but we didn't have a fence in the front of the property.
Mm-hmm.
And so we wouldn't really we have a little yard that we built for Ellie. Well, we built it for Rex, but then Rex passed away. And so now it's Ellie's yard. We typically just take her out there and let her play. And it's a pretty good little space for her to run and stuff. But Evan finally finished the gate in the front. I mean, the fence in the front. So today was the first day. I was like, you know what? I can let her walk now like a proper country dog. Like we can actually go and it's okay. And so I let her go today. And then we've got these 2 little porch kitties that live out there and they play with her all the time. They're very young cats. And, you know, she's a young dog. Anyway, she has chased them before and like ran 3/4 of an acre away from me. And I was like, really? And I was paranoid, so scared she was going to get out. But anyway, today I let her out and she loved it so much, but she took off running like clear across the property, chasing one of the cats. And so then Evan yelled to me he was going to leave. So he was opening the gate and he didn't know I had her out. And so I had to take off across the property, like running after her. And it was so funny because the minute I caught up to her on the other side, she like juded and she like ran back the other way. And then I went back running after her. I was dying. By the time I came back inside, I know how I'm going to lose 15 pounds. I'm just going to let the damn dog out and I'm going to run.
That's great, though. That's great.
Yeah. And then I let her out this evening and she did it again. So we ran all over.
Oh, no.
And then I came back in and my daughter came down with the stomach virus.
Yeah.
It's been a day, you guys.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Surprise.
That's terrible.
She's better now. It was just a quick one, but she's just in her room resting. School germs.
The petri dish from hell. Okay.
Yes.
Jeez. I've been really lucky this year. I've only been sick once.
Oh, man. I'm carrying around hand sanitizer. I'm back to doing 6 feet distance from people. I'm going by the guidelines.
Yeah. Yeah. Who was it that's been sick for such a long time? Let me think. Oh, Handcrafted by Jackie, the channel I've been watching. She comes in here a lot of times, mostly on Monday nights, though. She has been sick since Christmas, and she's finally starting to feel better, but she was congested. And she told me, she said it was the fatigue that was really just terrible for her.
Did it COVID?
I told her it sounded like that, but she never got tested for it. She just, doctored herself at home and took it easy and rested. And she told me, I guess it was the last live stream she did, that she was finally starting to feel like herself again.
That's good.
But that's a long time to be sick.
I wonder if she's taking, what really helps that I've discovered in the last year, if you feel like you're getting the sniffles or a little cold, or even just as a preventative, the echinacea supplements. It's really good.
Okay. And they do all right?
Yeah, it's just a little, it looks like herb basically in a capsule, and it's easy to take, but I do think it helps. Yeah, I've been giving it to my my teenager, my son. I'm not giving it to Emery yet, but she takes elderberry. I give her elderberry syrup, just to kind of help with the immune, and then extra vitamin C.
Right.
But the echinacea is good.
I don't know if you've seen Tom's video on fire cider.
I've hardly had time to watch anything. I'm so behind. We're watching everybody.
If you want to watch a great video, you need to watch that one.
I will.
Put together a fire cider, and it's supposed to have lots of vitamin C, and it's got it purported to have some antiviral and antimicrobial properties to it.
Wow.
I forget who originally turned me on to that. It was Mona from Sifting Some Soil.
Oh yeah.
A friend of hers sent her some when she wasn't feeling well, and I mean, I don't know. She might be out of town.
Oh,
I know she had some trips planned.
Oh yeah, I remember talking about that. Yeah, but I have to look at the fire cider. That sounds good.
Yeah. Tom made some on a video, and
you look like a mad scientist.
It really, some of the stuff in there looked pretty serious, like all those peppers and herbs and citrus and apple cider and you name it. Wow. Or apple cider vinegar, excuse me.
Check it out.
But that is a good one to watch. All right, I'm taking Grumpy to Calico Rock, and we're gonna get some. Hang on. Some what?
Some what? We need more details.
Some fire cider or let's see, Grumpus, I'm about to head back north to Arkansas on my winter trout fishing trip. Okay. They're gonna get some trout.
Jane Doe, that's awesome. And post the link to the video.
Out of the water. Thank you, Jane, for posting that link to his video for us. Thank you. Everybody needs to go look at that. It's the cure for what ails you.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently. I've never tried it myself. So, I tell him every time I'm up there, y'all need a guy up here cooking barbecue. Heck yeah, they do. Heck yeah.
Why don't you be the guy?
Yeah.
7 days till it's ready. Oh, it's like it has to ferment.
Yeah, it takes a while to kind of brew. Glamour Planner, that's the one. It's Robin. Her friend, the Glamour Planner, her name is Robin, and she sent Mona the fire cider when she was not feeling well. And Mona just raved about it. Wow. She thought it was great. And made her feel better, I guess. I don't know. I'm just saying. It's what I heard. It's what I heard. I'm not a doctor. I am not a doctor.
I will try it. I'll have to look at it.
But I was tempted to try it too. Tom said 30 days.
It has to like ferment or.
I would be so focused on that, I wouldn't have time to remember I was sick.
I think some people too take it as like a daily little tonic thing. I feel like a fish oil salesman right now. You know that, right? Okay, I'm just saying. Oh, and Tom watched a channel called Honeystead.
Yeah.
And got, I think, a good recipe from them too. Yeah, I don't know. Tom probably, jazzed it up and did his own thing with it because that's what a lot of people do. And Tom's a chef, and it wouldn't surprise me.
That's what he does.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I know that's what I do, and I'm not even a chef. So there we go.
But we're talented home cooks.
Indeed, we are. Yes. We're so talented that I haven't cooked in like over a week. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. I made some chili the other night, but it was not as good as Poppy's.
Oh man,
or Grumpus's for that matter.
We made chili earlier this week too, but I made the pumpkin chili. that I just love. Like I posted that recipe a couple years ago, but I genuinely love the recipe. Like I make it a couple times a month.
I want to try that.
It's so good. Like I so love it. And but with
It
the four of
is.
us now, we have, you know, my kids are getting big, and we basically have 4 adult-sized appetites here. Like recipes
Right.
I used to make, like we would have some leftovers. I don't. We kill the whole thing. They'll kill that whole pot of chili if I just cook it with 1 pound of meat.
Right.
So I'm
Oh,
having
yeah.
to double everything, especially that 17-year-old.
Well, here's an interesting thing about my now 16-year-old. He still eats like a bird, and it's really freaking me out because I've never seen a 16-year-old only eat 2 times a day.
But
He eats breakfast in the morning. He won't eat lunch at school. He'll pick at things at school, and then he comes home and he picks at his dinner, and then he goes to bed and wakes up at 2:00 in the morning hungry, and I give him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something.
I was gonna say, but does he snack a lot? Like, does he eat the chips and cheese sticks and?
Probably. And I say that because ever since Thanksgiving, he hasn't really been out of the house much. And I haven't really monitored. Now, my daughter bought him a huge box of snacks for his birthday.
Oh.
And he may still have them in the room. In fact, he had Takis in his bed this morning. And I walked in there and I said, why is this in your bed? Well, first I said, what is it? And he said, it's Takis. And I said, why is it in your bed? He said, well, because I'm trying not to eat too many at one time. So I'm just picking at them because they have red dye 40 in them. And if he eats too many, he's going to get a migraine.
Yeah.
So he's kind of, I guess, babying them along. And I said, where did you get them? Because I didn't buy them for you. He says, they were in my box from Rachel. I still have some left over. So, okay. Fish oil is good too. It is. Fish oil is good. Actually, Violet's been taking fish oil every day. She's been taking a lot of supplements every day, like vitamin D and fish oil and God, what was iron? She's anemic, so she takes iron every day. But there's something else she's been taking. But she started ballet again.
Violet?
Yes. She went
so
back
neat.
to
That's good.
I asked, well, it's funny. About a year ago, they sent her to physical therapy. And it was very expensive physical therapy because our insurance sucked at physical therapy. And
she is not leaving you alone.
I know. So I said to her, I said, V, why don't you just go back to ballet? It's cheaper than physical therapy. And you do the same stretches and all of that stuff, right? So it's been about 2 weeks ago, and she was down in the mouth about everything. And I said, you've got to go do something for yourself. You have been lost since band was over with.
Yep.
She doesn't have any direction. She doesn't know what she wants to do. She blah, blah, blah. So she was even talking about quitting college. And I'm like, yeah, that's not an option.
Yeah, no.
So, anyhow, I mentioned ballet again. And now that she's feeling better because she's on she's got her diagnosis and she's on some very good medication that makes her feel better and not hurt all the time.
That's good.
And she said, it was about 2 days later, and she came in the living room, bouncing off the walls, excited, saying, Mom, I found somebody who'll let me do ballet. And the instructor has arthritis too, and she's willing to work with me and this and that and the other and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my God, that's so great.
That is great.
She's been to 2 classes and she absolutely loved it. Hi, Jackie. How are you? That's my friend, Jackie. Marcel, go subscribe to Jackie's channel. You'll love it.
I might have.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't know. I've been so spotty we've been so crazy around here.
That is true, Obs.
So I'm going to do a different kind of video this week. I'm going to do probably like a decluttering video.
Ooh.
So I'm going to try. I wasn't going to, well, I talked to you earlier on the phone and I told you a little bit about that back room.
Right.
That's become like this crazy, insano place. We had a house full of furniture and then we inherited some furniture. And then very recently, my husband was out in his shop, in his garage out there, and he found not one, but 3 full, like trash bags of my daughter's toddler clothes that should have been donated years ago. And he brought those back in the house. And then he went to a garage sale not too long ago, and literally he was going to buy some records, and this kid was just trying to empty out his grandma's garage that passed away. And so he was like, well, just take the whole box of records for $5. And Evan brought home this ginormous box of like single 45 records from all kinds of artists and all this stuff. And it was fun at first, but then it was like, what are we going to do with all these records, right? So took the ones that we liked. Elvis, of course. Elvis is staying. There were some Elvis 45s in there. But needless to say, the back room that I used to do yoga in, that I used to work out in, I used to walk in, work out in, that was kind of my peaceful place. It's chaos in there. And then we're cleaning out a toy box. And then my daughter cleaned out stuff in her room and it got put in that room. Long story short, right? So I think I'm going to, I was basically in like shutdown mode for like 4 days. Like I couldn't even function because the room was so bad.
Right.
And, but I think I'm going to attack it and film it as I do it. I don't know if that's a good idea.
I think that's a great idea. Have you ever watched Midwest Magic Cleaning?
No, I have not, but maybe.
Oh my gosh, he is great. He's a guy who lives in the Midwest somewhere. I forget where. Oh, come on. For crying out loud. Get my mind. So, and he cleans hoarders' houses. He cleans hoarders' houses for free.
That's what my bathroom looks like right now.
And it is and the guy is autistic, but he has the most quirky sense of humor. And you got to watch him. You just got to watch him. Midwest Magic Cleaning.
I will look him up.
Yeah, look him up. And okay, let's see. Obs wants to know who is Handcrafted by Jackie. She is my friend who does crochet and diamond art like I do. Oh. And but she puts hers all on the internet and has live streams doing it. So that's kind of cool. So if you like doing that kind of stuff, go hang out at her channel, Ob. Oh my goodness.
Oh, there she is. Oh, I just subscribed, Jackie. I thought I had. Maybe I'm thinking of another channel.
Maybe. Oh, and she does Addy knitting too with an Addy machine. You ever heard of that? It's a knitting machine. Well, it's a knitting machine, and all you do is you thread it and you put the yarn all the way around, and then you do something else, and then you start turning a crank and it just knits. And it's fast. And yeah, it's cool. It knits tubes, and then she makes little stuffed animals out of it, and she makes hats, and she makes socks, and all kinds of cool stuff with it. So,
yeah, I will definitely be checking that out for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Once I get my back room back to a place of zen, maybe I'll try to crochet something, but I can't do it right now. I just want to have a panic attack when I walk in there.
You know what? That's what you need, Marcel. You need a space that is yours.
Oh, and maybe we can build a she shed.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? I've been trying to do that for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget, Jackie has another channel, too. It's almost like a preserving and canning and growing food and gardening and all that stuff, too. So, see, me and Jackie have so much in common, don't we? Only she has 2 channels, and I just throw all mine on one.
Yeah. Well, it works. It works with your channel because it's all about you, and that's all part of
is.
you.
Right, right. Well, my dad told me the last time I was there in Georgia, I was like, Dad, I don't really have anything. My life is so boring. He says, well, there's probably a lot of 59-year-old women out there with boring lives too. And I got to thinking, and I'm like, you're probably right. How the heck do I capitalize on, hey, I'm a boring housewife. Come hang out with me.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh. You guys, we got our subscription to Netflix figured out again. We've had Netflix, and then we got signed out like a year ago, and Evan could not figure out how to get us logged back on. Anyway, we finally got back on there. I've been enjoying Netflix so much. And they just came out with a documentary on Martha Stewart's life. And
Yeah.
it's a couple hours long, and it's amazing. And she's had an amazing life, and
She has.
She came from very humble roots.
Ups, downs, ups and back downs, and ups back again. Yep.
But
Gulf Coast, go outside and you'll feel that Canadian air blowing right up my back, right?
But I enjoyed it so much. I definitely recommend going to watch that.
I'm gonna have to watch it. What is the name of it though?
Martha. It's just Martha.
Oh, just Martha. Okay.
Yeah, and then she came out with a master class too, but I haven't watched that. But I would pay for that. I've always been a huge fan of hers.
Yeah, I like Martha Stewart. But, I used to get so tired because she'd say, oh, and this lovely thing that I made. And, oh, this is so beautiful that I made. And I'm like, you braggart. Why are you bragging all of your stuff? Why don't you let somebody else tell you it's beautiful instead of doing it yourself?
She has made millions putting glitter on pine cones.
I know, right?
Well, in this one they called her the original influencer because
yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Between her and Julia Child,
But she just seems like a really cool person. Super successful, but she seems like somebody that would walk into the room and just sit down and talk to everybody,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think I am going to run with it, Obs. I'm going to run with, good Lord, getting old ain't for sissies. Come be bored with me.
That's for sure.
You know what? I need merch that says getting old is not for sissies.
I'd do it. I'd buy it. I'll sport it.
That could be unisex too.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just put a little logo GCG at the bottom. Nobody will know who that is.
Just do some V-neck options because
definitely because us old folks, we don't like them
up the wall. Like I can't do
and
it.
I should do some loose fitting, like longer t-shirts, like something you can wear with leggings. And 3/4 length sleeves, no short sleeves. I'll watch it because those women don't exist no more. Oh, contraire, mi amor. We do exist. We do.
Tom, she addressed that in this documentary I was talking about. She was very open, honest, everything. She got absolutely railroaded in what happened to her. And they like all kinds of sides. And at one point in the video, she says that the New York district attorney, everybody that came after her, she was like, they all should have been put in a Cuisinart and turned on high.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now, is this Martha playing the part, or is this somebody else playing Martha's part?
No, this is her talking.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
She talks openly about, affairs her husband was having, an affair she had. It talks. She really lays it out there. She's open, honest, and you can tell she's uncomfortable in a few parts of it, but she's being honest.
Yeah.
And then she walks her garden. She talks about her dad. She talks about why she is the way she is. She talks about all this stuff, things she hates, things she likes. Shared criticisms of herself, from other sources as well as things she said. And, it's really fascinating.
Does she explain the whole Snoop Dogg thing?
Shit, that came about. She does. She says absolutely where she met him. Apparently, Justin Bieber, after the whole jail thing, after the whole illegal insider trading thing, she was kind of down and out. She lost all her chair seats, her board seats in various companies because of her felony conviction.
Right.
And so anyway, she was just kind of living a quiet life. Her brand was just kind of floating in the wind kind of thing. Justin Bieber, oddly enough, now I didn't catch how they connected, but Justin Bieber was also at that time having a hard time. Like he had made some mistakes, fighting with the paparazzi and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And so he was kind of on the outs with the public. And so he was going to do the Comedy Central roast. They were going to let him just have at him.
Ooh.
And somehow or another, he contacted Martha Stewart, came into contact with her somehow, and he asked her to go on the roast, to roast him.
Oh.
And she went on the panel, and on that panel, they sat her next to Snoop Dogg. And then Martha got up and like roasted everybody like big time, like she wasn't nice, and she was really funny, and she let everybody have it. And that was where
they all became friends.
Yeah, and one of her friends came on there and said that her going to prison and then her coming out and doing that roast and really showing who she was, they were like, that set her free.
Yeah.
And she's like, so.
Yeah, and now she can turn around and give the finger to all of those people
Mm-hmm.
and do her own thing again. A man that can cook for the masses of people is a trooper. I agree. Because I don't like cooking for armies. Yeah. And I have one to cook for. Trust me. Absolutely. She was set up.
Yeah, no, she was completely railroaded.
That's unfortunate. And she did her time.
She talks about prison too. She talks about things that went on in there. She talks about how people were making death threats against her. She was talking about how they didn't give her any special treatment. She talks about how she got put in solitary confinement at least one time.
Yeah.
And she was like, that they called the prison Camp Cupcake. And she goes, it wasn't a cupcake. And I was not protected.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Well, none of the rest of them in there are protected either. So
I'm saying.
And that's a shame.
So are you guys watching or listening to any good podcasts? I've been trying to get into podcasts.
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, Tom's podcast. You know what, Tom? I'm going to pull is it on Amazon?
I don't know. I watch it on YouTube, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Where else he is.
Well, I'm wanting something to listen to in my car because San Antonio area radio is absolute poo-poo.
I listen to a guy named Tom Buck.
Oh, I like Tom Buck.
But I'll tell you what, he's got a great channel, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
He does podcasts that are pretty interesting.
What's it about?
His channel is he's the video projector nerd in school that grew up, and then he was a high school teacher who taught videography, photography, lighting and all that stuff like that. And he's gone full-time YouTube.
Yeah.
And his setup is gorgeous. His camera work is just phenomenal. But he can take the most obviously boring thing and really make it interesting.
And make it interesting and fun and something that you think you want to learn about.
Yeah,
when you really
cameras, microphones.
Yeah,
because all that kind of stuff.
Technology doesn't interest me in the least.
Hold on,
I subscribed to his channel thinking, "Why am I doing this?"
He's very interesting.
And I forgot what it was that initially made me want to subscribe because I wanted to learn about something. And I thought, this is going to be awful. Somebody else has referred me to him. And it wasn't awful. And it was a very intriguing video. And so I just watch them now.
And his wife has a channel. Mm-hmm. And then him and her do a show.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's once a week or every 2 weeks or something like that. They talk together. But yeah, he's a pretty interesting guy. I like him.
Now, I'm sorry. Tell me the name again.
Tom
Buck.
Tom Buck.
Yeah, he's got all the dad jokes.
I don't know. Seventh Son had a whole bunch of them last time I was live.
Oh my gosh.
He's my buddy.
So
I don't know where he
yesterday
is.
I binged watched American Primeval. Have y'all?
Yeah, how was that?
Oh my god, it was so good. I literally binge watched out of I think there were 5 total episodes, and I binge watched 4 back to back,
Mhm.
back to back, and then at about 2:30 in the morning, I made myself go to sleep. I said, "Okay, I can do it. I need to go to sleep." And so I watched the last one this evening before I went and picked up Jared for work, and I absolutely hated the ending, but I enjoyed the heck out of the show
That's the
as
best.
an entirety.
Yeah.
That's the best way to watch them is binge them.
Oh my gosh!
Me and, me
It's
and
been a
Vicky's
while.
waiting for the last episode of Yellowstone because
I
we
haven't-
haven't watched this last season because I want to binge it
Yeah,
start
yeah.
to finish.
You got to be ready. See, it's been a while since I found something that I found was bingeable, but like I said, we just got back into Netflix,
Yeah,
and I've been enjoying the heck out of it. All the stuff they've got on there, they've got some good little series
yeah.
and
We
some good
we
documentaries.
probably watch 2 or 3 movies a week on Netflix.
Ops, I'm in Texas. I live near San Antonio. I'm not in San Antonio. I'm in a small town near San Antonio, but I'm in Central Texas.
Sorry, guys.
Where are you? So, Grumpus, how you been feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I can honestly say I'm feeling better than I've felt in years.
That's good. You got
I mean,
clean.
this other crap, I'd been dealing with it for, gosh, 3 or 4 years at least,
Mm,
and just ignoring it. And I didn't realize how much it was dragging me down till it's gone.
right.
But yeah, I feel great.
So I'm just curious, have you made like big dietary changes or anything like as a preventative? Are you doing any?
Not like I should, no.
No, I'm just asking, like, because I am gonna start posting more meatless recipes, and maybe of course they have to taste good because I'm really picky. Like flavor's a big thing with me. I can't just do bland.
I've put myself on a stop eating so much diet.
Mm,
So I'm trying to watch my portions, not binge too much. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to give up some stuff. I mean, I tried. Vicky brought home a bunch of low sodium stuff here a couple of weeks back, and
ew.
she said, "Well, how is it?" I said, "It needs salt."
Yeah, there's no coming back from that. I've accidentally see my kids still love canned vegetables,
Well, I
better
do
than
too.
fresh. And a couple of times I bought those low sodium peas. My son loves peas, and there's just no coming back from that. Low sodium carrots when they get canned like that. I mean, you can never fix it. You just have to throw them in a
No.
pot of soup or something if you're looking for that.
Well, I don't. I just don't eat. I don't eat as much as I was eating before. Uh, I'd make mashed potatoes, and I'd make enough for me and the wife to get 2 meals out of it, and I'd throw a whole stick of butter in it. Well,
Yeah.
now I'm only doing a half a stick, so I figure that's an improvement.
Arkansas is beautiful. It's one of my favorite states. We spent some time up near Hot Springs. We've gone up there a few times, and that's as deep as I've been into the state from Texas, is Hot Springs area. But it's a beautiful state from what I've seen.
Now I've been trying to pull, like fried chicken, try to pull some of the skin off of it, and different things like that. Just common sense stuff to me, but I haven't made a radical change. No.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be good. So I'm going to be posting some recipes like that. And like I said, I'm not giving it up. I guess it makes me kind of like an omnivore, but during the week I am for myself going to be trying to do some easy, like meatless meals. And like I said, I've just got some health goals, for myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can lower that number because I don't want to have to go on statins,
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I probably, I'm trying to work in more vegetables and more fruits and stuff like that.
And that's good
But
for
I'm
sure.
not going to give up my proteins.
Well, you don't have to. I'm just trying
I
to
told the
do
I told the dietitian, she went through this whole thing. How often you eat this? How often you eat that? And I'd say, well, I'll never eat. I don't eat that. I don't do that. And she finally came back. She's, well, how much red meat do you eat in a week? I said,
All of it.
6 meals.
Oh my
She said
gosh.
6. I said, yeah, the wife cooks one night. So I told her,
Well,
I said, well, I'm trying to do common sense. I'll cut some of the fat off of a ribeye, try to be good. She's, oh, ribeyes are the worst. I said, oh no, they're the best.
you're the best. Yes. I am a firm believer, just from my own, and everybody's different. I got to say that before I say what I'm about to say. Everybody's body is different. Everybody's body responds differently to different foods. But for me, when I went low carb, my cholesterol dropped 100 points.
Oh, that's good.
It was the sugar that was killing me, and the rice and the potatoes and the breads and all the things I love was killing me. And so now I still eat those things, but I do them instead of having pasta or rice or potatoes at every single meal. I maybe have them twice a week instead of every single meal. I always eat some kind of protein, always. And I love me some beans. I love them, and I'm okay with eating them, and I won't cut them out of my diet because they're stinking good for you and they're full of protein, and that's just not something I'm willing to give up. But I have given up a lot of the carbs and the sweets and the yummy stuff that I love. I am a sugar addict to some degree, not like others, I think, but if I get started on something, I'm eating it all till it's gone. Like those pumpkins at Halloween, and and a bag of Tootsie Rolls. Come on now, I could go through that. So, and I tell Poppy all the time, do not bring me things like that anymore.
Oh my
because
God.
I can't.
Do not ever try the Nerds clusters.
Oh,
Like the worst. Like, oh my God, they're so good.
They sound delicious.
Yeah, it's like,
And they're meatless.
and well, we've gotten to the point now. Yes, they are meatless. By the time we walk through the store now, my daughter Emery, she'll be like, "Mom, keep walking. Mom, keep walking. Walk past the gummy clusters."
Mm-hmm. And now I'm not keto like Tom is. Tom, he has to be keto because he's diabetic. But I do stay very low carb. Well, not very low. I'm not like on the Atkins diet. They start you off at 25 to 30 carbs a day. I think 20 to 25. There's something in there. I don't do that. I stay between 40 and 60 a day. But that's still, the American diet is over 300 carbs a day as a rule.
Oh my God. You want to know what else I watched on Netflix that was absolutely freaking fascinating? And you said American Diet, and it triggered. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me think about what it was called. It was, they did a bunch of sets of twins, and then they had they're identical twins.
Right.
And they put them each on 2 separate types of diets for 8 weeks. One twin stayed omnivorous, but they had to do an extremely healthy kind of low carb diet. And then the other twin was put on a vegan diet.
Okay.
And they did it for 8 weeks. And identical twins are like, their DNA is the same. Like
it's the same. Right.
And so they did all these baseline tests with them at first. And then they did 8 weeks of this diet. And, people that they were looking at gaining muscle mass on the vegan diet versus an omnivorous diet and this kind of thing. And it was fascinating. And, oh God, what was it called? I'll look it up. Sorry, I'm all over the place. My wine might be hitting me now. I don't have no alcohol tolerance anymore on top of everything.
You should switch to sweet tea. No.
Wait, just poorly. 2025. Let's see. Let's see. Netflix series.
Well, I had an old fashioned the other night, just one, and I thought they was going to have to help me to the car because I hadn't had any alcohol since September.
Oh my God. You Are What You Eat, a twin experiment.
Okay.
And it was very good. Yeah, there was a lot of food education in there. There was a lot about how sugar affects you. There was a lot about how carbs affect you. There was a lot of education about getting rid of visceral fat, muscle training, how to diet properly so that you gain muscle along with losing fat. And it was just good. That was another thing. We ended up binge watching that, and we're just enjoying Netflix a whole lot.
Right.
But You Are What You Eat, a twin experiment.
Right. I am going to watch that. This is something that I noticed. You said something about carbs and then something about sugar, and they're both the same thing, Marcel. Carbs turn to sugar the instant they hit your mouth.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, it's just what it is. She cooked me a jambalaya bowl back in 96 that I still think of today. Jambalaya is it. Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff.
Standard American diet. Tom, where are you? How come you're not up here?
I know, right? Oh, because I didn't send him a link. Crap. I'm sending you a link, Tom. Hang on. I'm coming. You know what?
I'm taking intermission. You guys can enjoy my street because it's gone.
I'm just going to put it in the chat, my dear. Oh, my gosh. Why in the world didn't I think of that? Now I feel like a bonehead. Yeah. But you know what? Doing that whole cutting the carbs out thing is so difficult when you really want. Like tonight, we went to dinner. It was Poppy's birthday yesterday. And I took him out to dinner tonight. We went to that steamer's place and got crab legs and shrimp. And they had 4 little red potatoes with it and 2 ears of corn, or, little small ears of corn like this.
Yeah.
With it. And it was all I could do not to eat those potatoes. I wanted them so stinking bad, but I didn't eat them. But I did eat one of the ears of corn because I thought, well, darn, why not? And it was so stinking good. But I did eat I ate all the crab. It was 2.5 pounds of crab. It was delicious.
I'll bet.
And then we had a pound of shrimp, peel and eat shrimp each. And it was seasoned perfectly. It was just so stinking good. I cannot even tell you how good it was.
Well, I mean, I think, this is just my opinion, but I think if you keep everything balanced and pay attention to your body, it'll let you know what it needs.
It really does.
I'm real huge into portion control, but if you try to give up all the carbs all at once, you're just going to end up binging out when you can't take it no more.
Yes,
I do. Try to get rid of sugar, all just cold turkey, all the sugar. You're just going to crave candy all the time. And I think just having a balance and listen to your body. If your body's telling you, hey, we need a little salt today, and just back off and just give yourself a little bit of it.
Well, and that's
I think
the
that's
thing.
The most healthy.
Yeah. And I also believe that eating clean, like Tom says, like a real vegetable and a real piece of meat and a real apple, and that I think is better for you than any quote diet. I really do. Eating stuff that is not processed, stuff that comes out of the garden. I love me some turnip greens and some mustard greens. I love that stuff.
That's what I forgot to do today. I was going to cut my mustard greens back before the freeze hits them.
Oh, you should do that tomorrow. Wait a minute. Are you freezing tonight?
We're supposed to get down to 31 tonight. We'll
you can
see.
cut them tomorrow. You can cut them tomorrow. because they'll handle that.
The plant looks so nice and
Yeah.
filled in so nice. I told Vicky, I just hate to cut them.
Yeah, I understand. Mine are pretty too,
I
and I
may
need to do
I
mine
may do
tomorrow.
that whole end of the flower bed with those next year because it doesn't look like anything eats on the leaves. They just
Hey,
stayed a nice,
Andy.
clean plant.
Can you come here? You say hi. Oh, look who's up and moving around.
I see that.
Come say hi. This is my
Hey,
baby.
pretty.
It's my baby. She's
She's
sick.
so beautiful.
She is. I made that.
I know. You should go back and watch the beginning of the video. Violet poked her little head in when after her date. She had her pretty dress on and everything. She looked so beautiful.
Okay, you want to try to eat a snack? I'm going to make her a snack, guys. I'll be right back.
Okie doke.
Oh, God. Let's see if I can do this without kicking myself out.
You're 10 toes up, he said. Okay, Tom, just make sure. Never mind. I'm not going to say that. I was going to say, put your boots on. Do you remember that movie Tombstone? When Doc was he was in the hospital with tuberculosis and it was the end for him. And he didn't have his boots on and he looked at his feet and he said, damn. Something about his boots. It was funny. That was great. He is a respectable businessman. Well, he's retired now, but I'm sure he was a You can't be in business for as long as he was in business and not be respectable. You darn right. Old fashions and scotches. I like an old fashioned. Those are good.
Yeah, I got a couple places around here that make some really good ones.
I like a new drink that I discovered at Christmas time. We were at Wesley's Christmas shindig, and the lady next to me was drinking something called a French 75. Or I think that's the name of it. Let me look it up. Anyhow, I tasted hers and decided to order myself one, and it was delicious.
There's a place up in Old Town Spring. Wednesday nights is $5 old fashioned night. They do their own simple syrup infusions and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they're really, really good.
That sounds great. The French 75 is served in a champagne glass, but I'll tell you the ingredients is 1 ounce of gin, a 1/2 ounce of lemon juice, 1/2 ounce of simple syrup, 3 ounces of champagne or other sparkling wine. You can use Prosecco. A lot of people use that. I prefer the champagne. And then you garnish it with a lemon twist. And it is so stinking good. So good. I thought it was going to be too sweet.
Almost sounds like a mimosa with gin instead, doesn't it?
It kind of does, and lemon instead of orange.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was born with low blood sugar, so I've always skipped anything that's soft or very sweet unless it had diet sweetener. Okay. You're 61. You're 6'1" and 178 at 44. Dang, Obs, you're doing good.
That sounds pretty.
I'm 5'1".
That sounds pretty streamlined to me.
It's 140 something though. I'll tell you that. I need to lose about 20 pounds.
Well,
but I'm okay with it.
I lost all that weight and then I gained it all back already.
Did you really?
Yeah.
But you know what? That's okay, Grumpus, because
I lose weight pretty easy.
Yeah. I wish I still did. I used to be able to go a week and not drink sweet tea and lose 10 pounds. 5 for a week. 5 pounds for a week. But or I'd not drink sodas, or I'd whatever. But
yeah, I lost. What I lose? 14 pounds in a month.
Wow. Yeah, I think you did tell me it was 14.
But I I'm still trying to watch my shape.
Sure,
Round is still a shape.
it is. It's a shape. I drink way too much. Oh yeah, my daughter does too. Turnip greens are my gravy bowl. Have you had a few of them tonight?
I think
Turnip greens. Okay. Okay.
either that or the spell checkers getting the best of him.
The spell checker, man, that autocorrect is kicking his behind tonight. My daughter used to be that cute, but I just had to buy her a car yesterday. That's horrible.
They get
That's
cuter
horrible.
when they find jobs.
They are. They're real cute when they have a job and you don't have to buy nothing for them. My daughter, we had a car that we bought when she was 3 months old. And we drove that car and we drove that car. And then we got a truck. And 2 years later, we were able to give that car that we bought when she was a little girl to her. And she
Wow.
drives it now.
Wow.
And it's a 2006 and she was born in 2005. But we bought it, that September, I guess, or October, after she was born. And it just broke down the other day. And it
probably had a few miles on it, didn't it?
Oh, it almost 200,000 miles on it. 180 something.
Yeah.
But it's fixable. I forget what Poppy said was wrong with it. Anyhow, it's going to cost about $300 to fix it, and Poppy's going to get under it next weekend, and it'll be done.
Yeah, that ain't bad at all.
No. The car has been so good to us. I mean, it never left us once. In fact, the other day when it broke down, she was about a mile, not even a mile from the house. She had gone up to Walgreens to pick up something for me and got stranded in a park. She turned into the restaurant parking lot. Excuse me. I want to say it's a fuel pump that's bad, but it's not. Anyhow, she was in this parking lot. She calls me up in a panic. And I didn't know what to do because Poppy was at work. Her sister was at work. And there was really nobody who could come pick her up. So guess what I did? I got my happy little behind in the truck and I drove the back roads to go and get her. I darn sure did. I drove, y'all. I drove for the first time in probably 16 years.
The tricycle wouldn't make it?
Well, I couldn't put her on it. I wasn't going to put her in the basket in the back. So I drove the truck over and I picked her up and I drove her back home and I told her, don't worry about it. Everything's going to be okay. Daddy's going to come home. He's going to go look at it and get it home. Well, he ended up getting it started and driving it home. But what was happening was she was driving along and it just kind of chugged out on her. Well, then she gets it in the parking lot. She tries to start it again. Well, it started, but once it starts idling, it cuts off. If you let it idle, it'll go down and down and down until it cuts off. So it won't stay on unless you're constantly giving it gas. And I know one of the problems is a map sensor. I know that. But I can't remember what the major problem is. So anyhow, she's been driving the truck to work and to school. So she'll just keep doing that until he gets her car fixed.
Well, I mean, my wife's car, it's got over 200,000 on it.
Yeah.
And we'd been thinking about maybe replacing it, but it's still run good. But it needed brakes and front end work and all that kind of stuff. So 2 months ago, I just put $5,000 back into that car.
Ouch.
But I told her, I said, if we turn around, because I'm not going to buy a brand new one.
Oh no.
I said I can either spend $5,000 now, or spend another 10 to 12, and maybe have to do this same stuff to it.
Right.
So I told her, I said, if you'll agree to drive it a couple more years, we'll just go ahead and put this money in it and get you back for it to work. I mean, it's still a good car. Still runs fine.
Mm-hmm.
50%
What?
off. Who's they and where are they?
I tried the peanut butter whiskey and I
I've-
did not care for it at all.
I've tried the peanut butter whiskey, but I haven't had it with the eggnog mixed in with it.
No, I haven't either.
Maybe they used peanut butter whiskey in the eggnog.
Yeah. Now I'll tell you what I did try. I love that honey whiskey from I think it's Wild Turkey. I think Wild Turkey makes it. Hang on. Oh, fiddlesticks.
All right, this is the one that'll hurt you.
Which one? Hang on, let me see. Oh, I've heard about that. Is it good?
That one there will get you in trouble.
Uh-oh.
This will make you go back to Fireball. This
Wow.
is so smooth and so good.
I'm going to have to get some.
You'll have no. I mean, you're
But
over the edge before you realize it.
Well, I'm going to have to stop at one. Because, I can't. With Fireball, that stuff is so smooth. And
I don't care for the apple.
I don't either.
But the peaches.
I've tried the Crown Apple, and I didn't care for it at all.
Yeah.
The wild, it's called, the one I liked was Wild Turkey American Honey whiskey.
So I'm not big into the honey flavors.
Oh, that was so good to me. I want to find a really good blackberry whiskey. Really, yeah. Maybe Crown will make one. Eventually.
I don't know.
That would be really cool.
I'm sure somebody up in the Ozarks is making some.
Well, one of the ones that I tasted a long time ago was a blackberry moonshine type thing.
Yeah.
And it was pretty good. But it wasn't real moonshine, on the DL. It was something I bought at the liquor store.
Oh, okay.
But it's always gonna cost something. Y'all are so cool. I'm glad I'm hanging out with y'all tonight. I am too, Obs.
Well,
I'm glad you're hanging out with
I'm
us.
glad you found the cool kids.
Oh no, Alex, I can't make moonshine myself. I'd kill myself. I would poison myself on accident.
I would like to do that just to learn the process. But I wouldn't drink enough to make it worth the effort.
No, I wouldn't either. I'd
end up giving it all away.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to go through the process, building the still going through all that stuff. I think that'd be fun.
You know how I told you Violet was all down in the mouth about going to school?
Yeah.
Well, she had her first day on Wednesday. And she is already head over heels for her stinking microbiology teacher and thinks that this woman hung the moon.
Well,
and I'm like, well, that was a change overnight.
Yeah.
But she, it's so funny because she is re-energized again.
Well, that's good.
I told her at the end of last semester because, she was really stressed out. And the end of the semester is hard because you got to cram for all your exams and everything's coming due at one time. And you know how it is, Marcel.
I do.
And she was she was getting depressed and lethargic and I don't want to do this and I don't want to do that. And I hate everything and everything's on my nerves and blah, blah, blah. I want to quit school. And when she come home Wednesday, bouncing all over the house, telling me how much she loved microbiology and apoptosis, whatever the heck that is.
Like, what'd you call me?
I know, right? Oh, look.
Real life does have a bad taste to it.
But I told her, I said, this is great. I said, I love seeing you so excited about going back to school. And she goes, I said, but I told you at the end of last semester this was going to happen. I said, don't you remember at the beginning of every semester, you're all excited to go. And then by the end of the semester, you're like, oh, God, I'm done.
Yep. Total burnout. Remember it?
Total. And now, oh, shoot. I forgot what I was looking for in there.
Well, it's good. It's good to get excited about something.
It is. Because Yeah, when you get old like us, there's not a whole lot to get excited about. Waking up every morning is pretty good for me.
Yeah, I get excited every time I wake up.
Woo!
I was telling my dad, what was I? We were talking about the freeze that's coming. And I said, are you ready for it? Do you have all your plants covered? You know, what are you going to do? And he's like, well, I don't really care, Charlotte. He says, I'm just happy I get to be here for it if I am.
That's right.
I said, well, I guess you got a good point.
People been saying good to see you. I said, it's good to see anybody.
Ain't that right? It's good to see everybody. Well, and when you have an experience like we have, Grumpus, kind of puts a new spin on it, don't it?
It does. Makes you look at things a little bit different.
Don't it? Yes. Like, I'm not dreading dying so much now. It's just the aggravation you got to go through to get to the other side.
Well, I mean, I can die content now because I got up on my ladder today.
There you go. There you go. Starting to fill it up here already. Okay, hang on. I'm missing something. What are you filling up?
Well, yeah, I just looked at the temperature here on my computer, 39 degrees. When I hopped on this live stream with you guys, it was 48 degrees outside. It's 39 now.
Oh my goodness, it's already dropped what? 11?
Yeah.
9 degrees?
This little app here on my computer said it was 48 degrees here when like an hour ago or however long I've been up here with y'all. Yeah. And I just looked at the temperature now. It's 39 degrees.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is here yet. Hang on. Let me check.
It's 44 here.
So happy I brought in my 2 living plants.
Your 2 living plants.
My begonia and this red leafy plant that I don't even know what it's called, but it's freaking beautiful.
It's not coleus?
It might be. It has a little thing stuck in it, but it's in my bedroom. I don't want to walk in there right now.
Yeah, I get it. Sounds like coleus, but I could be completely wrong.
It's like a deep maroon color with like some speckly gold parts to it.
Oh, that sounds gorgeous.
I'll show you. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Google is telling me right now there ain't no way it's 58 degrees here. Shut the front door. That's got to be California. It is 57 here now. That's insane. Oh, is that Smoky Bones?
Yeah, Smoky joined us.
Oh.
She got some shots today, so she kind of chilled.
Oh. I'm surprised she's sitting with you.
Well, she has allergies. About every 7-8 months, I have to go in and give her a shot of whatever. I don't know what they're giving her, something.
Some kind of allergy medicine.
But she'll get so congested you can hear her breathing coming down the hall.
Oh no. 1 a.m. Wait a minute. We're not supposed to get freezing until tomorrow night. So it is 57 degrees here. Nice and balmy.
Well, they're saying 41 tonight. I hope they missed it.
Guys, I'm doing the pee dance. I've got to go for a minute. Please keep me going here.
Okay.
Hi, Purple Crochet and more. Welcome.
Oh, hey. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, they're saying 25 tomorrow night.
Whoa, that's crazy.
That's nuts for down here.
Now, those temperatures when it was snowpocalypse in 2020 or 2021, whenever that all happened, that was like, remember, like the high for the day was like 13.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I have all those screenshots somewhere.
Yeah, I was telling people up north, I said, because, that's regular up there where I come from. I said, yeah, but they don't build houses for that kind of cold down here.
Yeah, it's
We've
true.
got pipes running and uninsulated walls. You've got, exposed pipes in the attics. So we only bury the pipes just so we don't trip over them. You got like a 1-inch frost line.
It's true.
Now, according to what I'm looking at now, it's supposed to hit 19 Tuesday.
What's the
Tuesday
weather in Vegas? Has Tom said? Is he still here?
I think he's still in there. So it's supposed to hit 25 Monday night and only get up to 33 Tuesday.
Wow. But you know what? We
And
just
then
have a little
next
pop.
Saturday it'll be 63.
We just have a little pop of this, and then it's done.
Oh
forever.
yeah.
See, I don't mind it. I enjoy it because I hate the heat so much that this is
Yeah.
like such a nice break for me.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah. And I like, this is exciting for me. Like, I love it. And I can layer, I can get under a blanket, watch a movie, start my fireplace. I mean,
Yep.
I just enjoy it so much. And then we're back to 110, 115, 117 days and heavy humidity. And I'm absolutely miserable.
I mean,
Mhm.
I will enjoy the fireplace the next couple of days.
Yeah.
I wish I had a fireplace on days like or weeks like this, but we don't anymore. We did, but
I mean, I light the fireplace, and if it's a weekend, I'll throw some cast iron on top of the coals and cook some steaks or something, and just really take advantage of it.
See, when you get your next house, you'll get your fireplace.
I think my next house, I'm gonna have a fireplace with a smoker on top of it.
I want to see that when it happens.
I wouldn't mind having a pizza oven.
I want to build one so bad. I don't know if we'd ever get any use out of it, but I just want to build one. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah.
I don't eat enough pizza to have something like that.
But you can make bread, fresh bread, all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff.
You can make flatbreads, naan breads, all kinds
Yeah.
of stuff in there. Yeah.
What is this guy I watch? He does.
Yeah, my daughter loves biology. She loves science. In fact, she was going to be a music major because she was in band for a long time and loved it. And one day she came home and said, "Mom, I'm not going to go to college for music now." And my whole brain was just spinning. And I'm like, what? What are you going to do? She said, "I'm going to be a freaking scientist." I said, "Well, let's do it."
Yeah. Do it.
Do it.
Isn't it funny how you can change? When I went up 2 million years ago when I started school, I wanted to be an actress, and then I went and I wanted to be a reporter, and then I went back to acting, and then somehow I ended up in the criminal justice program. and then it was crazy. But you have so many things that interest you, and you can kind of check it all out.
I was going to be an
Marcel,
English major.
Check out. It's called the Wood-Fired Oven Chef.
Oh, here we go.
That will make you get your pizza oven because he does everything. He does lamb, all kinds of casserole. I mean, and his quality on his videos is first class. This guy looks like he's got the bucks, and he's probably got a crew filming for him.
Right.
But he has got the nicest oven.
I'm gonna put a pizza.
And his voice is very calming. Plays nice soothing music. I mean, you can almost go to sleep by it.
Oh, wow.
But the Wood-Fired Oven Chef.
Wood-fired.
You were talking about a tea that put you to sleep. What? I think that was oregano tea, wasn't it, Tom? Dark black tea with marijuana. Oh, gee. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Little Mary Jane tea.
Great.
Yeah, I will check that out for sure, Grumpus.
I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, you probably will.
Well, I'm going to put a pizza oven on the patio of my she shed.
That sounds great.
I know. Charlotte, you have to come over. We can have a sleepover and have a girly night. My
In the she
future
shed, that
does
sounds
that.
like
You
heaven,
going
doesn't
to
it?
buy like a uni or something like that, or are you going to build something?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just talking out loud. But I would like to do that. I think it would be cool. And then I could have my little office for all my stuff like outside of the house.
That's what I would love more than anything in the world. And Poppy and I've discussed it many times. And one of the biggest barriers for us right now is the electricity in our house cannot. I guess I don't have enough amperage or something to add more to it. And it's an old house. So I get it. The fuse, or not the fuse box, listen to me, the fuse box. God, the breaker box is very small and all of the plugs are taken up.
Yeah.
And so I would have to get an extra hookup, I guess, outside. And I don't know how to do all that. And I'm scared to death I'm going to get screwed by an electrician that, well, not literally, but figuratively. Let's be clear.
Go for the discount.
Yeah, right. I'm too old for that now, Grumpus. Nobody cares. Maybe when I was 25, I could get away with that. In fact, I may or may not have gotten away with that. But it's just a big deal right now. And I think I'll be more prepared to do that when Murphy graduates high school and we finally are owners of this place and we figure out what we're going to do with everything there. Oh, that's so nice of you to say, Obs. I really appreciate that.
They absolutely are.
That is so kind. Tom, do you mind sharing how you make? Yeah, Tom, tell us how you made that oregano tea. And was it fresh oregano or was it? I'm confused because I wanted to make some of that the other night, and I chickened out because I didn't know exactly how you did it. I mean, I figure tea, it's oregano with water poured over it, right? And then you strain it and drink whatever. But I'm just curious if it was fresh or if it was out of a jar in the cabinet, you know? And I think you told us, but I think I probably forgot. But I am so willing to try that oregano tea just to get some good sleep. Actually, I missed a couple of live streams because I was sleeping so good last week. All through the weekend, I slept great. I was going to bed at like 8 or 9 o'clock at night and sleeping until 4 or 5 in the morning. No waking up, no going to pee, no hot flashes, no nothing. It was just sleep. And it was heaven for a whole week. And now I'm back to being up all night and sleeping after my son goes to school at 7 in the morning.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I know.
I'll be right back. My cats are getting into something.
Okay,
I'm going to go see what they're tearing.
Okay. Grumpus, what are you doing over there?
I was trying to find Tom's video on the oregano tea.
Oh, he did a video on it.
Well, I think he did. Maybe he was just talking about it in a live. But
maybe. Because I did see his fire cider, and that was the same night he was talking about the oregano tea.
Well, maybe he was just talking about it.
Maybe. I do think he said something about making a video on it. Maybe he said he wanted to.
I'm probably looking at the wrong channel.
You are not.
Well, he's got like 27 channels.
I know. It's probably on his main channel. No, it might be on Seniors Food and Life.
Tom, why don't you put the link?
Is Tom a moderator? I'll make him one.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Tom, just put a link to your oregano tea and your the other one, the fire cider.
Oh. Well, he's old enough though, I'll bet he.
Okay. They were just having all kinds of fun back there in the disaster room.
And you ruined their fun for them. That's so funny.
Well, Charlotte, you were talking about your she shed. Do we have an update on your she boat?
Oh, did you see those lasers?
I did.
You are not my friend anymore.
That looks so familiar. I hardly noticed.
I know. You must get those laser looks. My kids call that the death stare, by the way.
Constantly. I was getting them today.
You were getting lasers today?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you were on the roof. You were on a roof.
Yes, I was.
You were just filleted like a trout 2 months ago, and you're on a roof.
I can't milk this forever.
Well, you can milk it another month.
Well, who else is going to cover that plant?
Nobody.
I mean, that plant is almost obnoxious. It's gotten so big.
Yeah.
I can't pick it up to unhook it anymore.
Can you? I don't know. Maybe.
I'd have to tear it apart. I'd have to tear it apart and repot the pieces.
Well, that's what I mean. Just cut.
I mean, we put it. The last time I tried to move it,
Mm-hmm.
we took a pole, like a gas pipe.
Yeah.
And put it on the hook so we could get a person on each end.
Thank you,
and
guys.
we made
for
about
showing my
3
channel.
steps and bent the pipe. It just buckled.
Oh no!
So that thing's got to weigh. I'm guessing it weighs 125 pounds, 135 pounds, something like that. I don't want to lose the plant, but it's almost out of control.
I understand. Actually,
And
my
they say
daughter
you
has-
can. They say you can tear those things apart and really be ruthless with them, and they'll make it.
That's what I've heard too. And you can mount them on pieces of wood and stuff.
Yeah,
And
I
they
mean
just
it's
keep going.
sentimental. If I've had it so many years, I just hate to screw with it.
Yeah, I understand that. And the fact that it's sentimental and it's
I mean, I've had it over 30 years.
good grief.
It started out on a piece of old piece of fence about a foot long,
No
and had
kidding.
2 little leaves poking out of it. And this thing is just one big ball now, where I've
I'll tell you what.
repotted it.
They're such a beautiful plant too.
They're interesting, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of what I meant by beautiful in such a strange and unique way.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law had one hanging in a tree in her backyard in Florida.
Yeah.
And it was enormous as well. I do believe that her husband was able to manhandle it every now and then. So it wasn't,
Well, I
it
used to.
probably wasn't quite as big as yours.
I used to, but it's gotten past me now.
Right. You know, I wanted to talk to y'all about something and I completely forgot about it. Maybe not y'all, but I want to talk to everybody about something. You know, I've been
What's
noticing
up?
my daughter and my son and how they make friends, and they always have friends and this friend and that friend, and they're always talking about a friend. Have y'all noticed that the older you get, the harder it is to make friends and the less you want to make them?
Well, the problem
Oh
is
my
you don't want the baggage that
telling
comes
you.
with the friend. Me and my wife, well, she is disgusted. I've just listened. But every once in a while, she'd get a wild hair and say, you know, we need some friends. We need to, you know, people we can do things with.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, how long do you think that's going to last when they start inviting you to do stuff and you don't want to do it because you don't feel like it?
Right.
I said, you know, do you really want somebody that's going to call you 3 or 4 nights a week and how you doing and what's up and all, know all your business and all that stuff? I said, you know, there's baggage that comes with that. I'd rather have 1 or 2 quality friends than, I mean, true
Well, and
friends.
that's how I feel about it, Grumpus. I would rather have one, and people who, I'm like Miss Vicky, as far as there can be months where I don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't want to be bothered with folks. I mean, and that doesn't include doing my live streams and hanging out with
Right.
you
Well,
guys.
I'm
Yeah.
excluding all this.
Yeah. But I'm talking about actual people who are in your life who make demands.
Well,
I have no
it'd be
time
nice.
for
It'd be nice to go out to dinner with another couple once in a
sure.
while,
Sure.
but you can't flip that switch on and off.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. I need to find a friend that I can flip that switch on and off with.
Well, I guess we need another couple I can piss off every time we go out to eat. We won't hear from them for 6 months.
Well, come hang out with us because Evan will probably piss you off the first time.
Sound like me and him probably pile up pretty quick. You
No.
want to just be stuck with us.
No, I'm just kidding. You know what? He can be all right, and he just has his on days, his off days.
Right. And and I have on days and off days too. I mean,
Oh, me too.
sometimes I can be just as nice as the day is long, and then the next day I'm a snake. And that's what it's true. It's true. Shoot. But a lot of that depends on what's going on in my house.
Well, I mean, I think we've got a generation that coming up that's they look at their value as the number of friends they have with Facebook and YouTube and everything. But really, how many people do they actually know that they can talk to and hang out with, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Acquaintances. I've got more acquaintances than I need.
Right.
In fact, I've only got just a few friends. I've said for years all I need is 2 friends. One that'll bail me out of jail, and one that'll give me a ride to the airport.
There you go.
I've been telling my son, like, I have, people that follow me on Facebook, and then I have my private Facebook. Hey, Scully, how are you?
Good to see you, Scully.
Hey, Scully's here.
And but I've been telling my son because he gets caught up in that a little bit. We're in a small town, and
Yeah.
I took him out of the big city when we chose to buy this property, and we moved out to this rural place, and he had this little posse of boys that he ran with. And I took him away from all that right before his 5th grade year. And he's really never bounced back from that. Like, he just didn't have that same circle. And I feel guilty about that. And then, of course, he's lost touch with these other boys that he was so close with for years because we moved out of the neighborhood and everybody's doing their own thing and whatnot. But I told him, I said, you need a couple of friends. You need people you can trust. I said, you're going to have people through the years, through your life, that you chill with, that you hang out with, that you would go have a beer with, that you would go to dinner with, that you would go bowling with, or whatever the hell you guys do, But you need your family who you can trust, and you need 1 or 2 good friends who will keep your secrets, and you can trust them with anything. I said, because you're going to get burned a whole lot.
Oh, yeah.
People are going to screw you over, and you have to know that, and you'll know who you can trust and who you can't. Of course I can tell him that, but he's going to have to go through all that pain to figure that out.
Yeah. You learn the hard way. That's the only way. That's the only way you can learn something like that.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's hard. He's going to be 18 in 2 weeks, you guys. Can you believe that? I can't.
Wow. It's hard to believe.
Sorry.
So we've all known each other that long?
We
Yeah.
have. We have.
When I met you guys, I think he was 12.
Yeah, he's about that
something like
big.
that. Yeah. He was itty bitty. And Emery was teeny tiny little girl. Was she like 4?
Yeah, she was like 1st grade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Close. Yeah.
Well, no, you know what? She was like 4 when I first started doing YouTube in 2016.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. ObsNet, I'm in Texas. I'm in Central Texas.
Yep. Central Texas.
I'm near San Antonio.
Well, I tell people all the time when it comes to the friends thing, I said, geez, do I really need friends? I've got so much family. My family are my friends to some degree.
Yeah.
Poppy is my friend. I mean, to some
Ooh,
degree.
I can hear that wind kicking up now. The wind is kicking up big time here.
Ooh, hush your mouth, girl. Because that means it's headed this way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and I'm pretty happy with the family that I have. And if I need somebody to keep my secret, I know exactly which one of them to call.
Yeah.
And if I have somebody that I want to complain about, I know exactly who to call. Or whatever, so I don't know. You're gonna what? What?
Yeah, I wouldn't lose no sleep over it, Charlotte.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have friends. I have friends in certain circles that I run with that are constantly having big house parties. And they have kids at home, but they have these big elaborate house parties, like you would see in the movies. Like, it's kind of unreal to me. And I would
Yeah.
have never, and this is where one of the many was where Evan and I are very different, is that I never wanted big house parties. And, he's somebody that's very content with having company all the time. He
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mind having company all the time. He could have
Mm-hmm.
family out every weekend. He could have friends stopping by all the time. And I'm not that way. I like my privacy. I like
Yeah.
quiet. I like a controlled environment. I like peace.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we first got together and we first were married, we were constantly having these big house parties. And the kids were little, and it was his family, and they would come. And I had a newborn, a young baby. They would come, they would trash our house, like trash it. And like maybe one or two would stay behind and try to clean something. It would take us 3 days to get our house back in order.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
for the love of
It
Pete.
drove me insane. And so after about year 3 of hosting big, huge family parties that nobody wanted to stay after and clean up, and then he would go back to work, and I was left home dealing with the kids and the
And the
disaster.
mess.
I said, no. Next year, we're renting a space. We're going to get a party room
Yeah.
at a restaurant. And his mother could not believe I put my foot down with all that. And that's one of the many reasons she hates me. But I ended the big Bolton family parties
Yeah.
because I want my house is not a party pad. It's a place of peace.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, that's one of the things we had to iron out. That's another thing. You'll be around people that like a lot of company, and then you have others like me that don't.
Right. I don't like to have company. I don't even like to have one person come over. I mean, unless I invite them, and I'm just very territorial when it comes to my privacy and my space. Very territorial. Kind of like a dog.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with Marcel. I don't like cleaning up the mess.
I don't either.
And
Hey,
I
poor
used to
dirt
have
farmer.
neighborhood parties. Usually on the 4th of July, and so I'd usually have a Christmas party. We'd done that 4 or 5 years in a row. It was just the neighbors. But they bring their kids over, and they didn't behave like they did at home.
Mm-hmm.
Because I knew their mama wouldn't let them do shit like that at her house.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And I just got, and I'm like Marcel. I finally put my foot down and said, okay, we're just not going to do that anymore.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. You just can't do it. And that's what I tried to tell Evan. I said, I said, your family wants to come, that's fine. Your friends want to come, that's fine. But we can have the party somewhere else, because this space, in my opinion, belongs to our kids first and foremost. And this is their space, and they just need the peace of their house. They don't need a bunch of weirdos running around all over the place. And I think, it took me a few years to get through to him, but I think, we finally did. I don't know. It's just hard, because people do forget it's a home. It's just a place to party for some people.
Audrey, I think that's a bad idea.
Oh man. Yeah. Obs
Have
and-
another beer and leave cigarettes alone.
yeah, don't do it. Don't give in.
Because you wouldn't even be thinking this if you weren't already drinking.
That's true. That's true.
You know,
Portrait Farmer, how cold is it where you are tonight? Just curious, because here it's not very cold yet, but tomorrow is going to be a whole different story. We're at 57 now, and tomorrow night I think we're supposed to get down to 31 or 20. Oh shoot! Do I got to look again?
yeah, I quit smoking in 2019, obs, and I don't miss it.
Yeah, it's still warm here. Yeah,
Yeah, it's 43 here.
yeah, but it is damp.
It's 47 when I first popped on.
But let's see. Long Beach weather. 10-day forecast from the Weather Channel. It's supposed to get down 42 tonight, I believe. Something like that. Tomorrow night, we're getting down to 27 degrees.
Wow. I don't know. Well, Grumpus, you said it was predicted to be in the 20s here too, right?
Yes. Let me look here again.
Tuesday night, we're getting down to 20 degrees. That is updated from a few hours ago. It said 21 degrees. We are supposed to get snow on Tuesday, and I can't hardly believe it. But there's a 97% chance.
Sunday night, it's supposed to get down to 25. Monday, it's supposed to get down to 25. Be a high of 41 on Monday.
Well, some friends of mine.
19 Tuesday night.
19.
That's crazy. That's so exciting.
Oh,
It
no,
is.
no.
Robert is like, oh, no.
No.
Yeah, Scully, 20 on Tuesday, and the high on Tuesday is only supposed to be 31.
Because I'm the one that's going to have to go outside and unfreeze these pipes.
That's true. Well, leave your water trickling inside.
We got everything all covered up. And I told Vicky, I said, well, I think we're all set.
Yeah.
I said, I may need your hairdryer Tuesday night. 'Cause I got one pipe that runs up right next to the soffit.
Right.
And over the garage, and that sucker will freeze in that bend every time. And I take her hairdryer and I'll leave that sucker up there blowing on that pipe 2 or 3 days. It went almost a week this last freeze we had.
Oh, wow.
So you say, well, what if you burn up my dryer? I said, you get a new hairdryer.
I'm stocked up tomorrow. I don't want to leave the house. You know what? We're not leaving. Well, Poppy's going to have to go to work, but they've already closed the schools here for Tuesday, Scully. You know, Monday's a holiday. It's Martin Luther King Day. So they didn't have school anyway, but Tuesday they sent everybody home. Friday with a Chromebook. You got a kid in school, don't you? Still, maybe? No? Yes? I don't know if yours has graduated yet, but they sent them all home with Chromebooks and said, we're probably not going to school Tuesday. So there's that. Yeah, Tuesday, they're closed.
We got
Poppy
a text
saw it
here,
on a feed somewhere. I'm sorry, what was that,
no,
Marcel?
no, we got a text here already, like putting us on notice saying, watch for weather alerts. There might be school cancellations next week.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't had anything canceled, but we've been put on notice that it might be. Yeah, Terry, that's why once I quit, I made the decision to quit. I was just a social smoker for years. Like if I was having some drinks, I would have some cigarettes. But
Sorry.
But once I quit, my husband was deployed. He went to Poland for 2 months, and my husband was a heavy smoker. Like he was a heavy smoker. He would wake up, and he was that person who would wake up and have the cigarette in the morning, cigarette after meals, cigarette with coffee, cigarette after lunch. And I was just like a social smoker, like mostly if I was drinking.
Right.
I had wanted to quit for years, and he left. He got deployed to go to Poland for I forget. It was like 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
But while he was gone, I quit. And once he got back, he was still smoking and all that stuff. And he quit about 6 months after I did.
Oh,
But once I stopped, I never cheated because I knew if I did, it was going to be just over.
yeah. It's like I told Obs, the first one is the hardest,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, I can't believe now in March of this year, I'll have quit smoking 6 years ago. And that's really hard.
Wow.
To believe. That's hard
That's
to believe.
great. That's
Yeah.
great. Jackie says they're getting snow on Tuesday as well. Are they saying how many inches you're supposed to get? Because they're predicting for us on the water on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi 1 to 3 inches.
Yep,
How crazy
they're
is that?
predicting about 3 inches here also.
3 inches there too.
Yep.
Well, and you're close to the coast as well, aren't you?
I'm about
far
an
is it?
hour away.
About an hour.
Maybe a little more.
Yeah,
Depends on traffic.
that's still close.
But looking at the map, we're awful darn close.
Yeah, yeah. Tuesday
Well,
here, high of 30, low of 17, and snow. Good grief. Everybody's getting snow on Tuesday. This storm is weird, y'all. The last storm we had here in Mississippi, there were, excuse me, there were icicles hanging off my roof that were at least 6 inches long, and it was all the way around. But now that year it didn't snow, but there was sleet coming down everywhere, and the entire ground was covered with what looked like little diamond dots just everywhere. They were everywhere.
Yeah.
In the grass, on the roofs, on the house, everywhere. And that was kind of cool because I'd never seen that in Virginia. But yeah.
I remember one year up in Indiana, Indianapolis, they had an ice storm, a literal ice storm.
Yeah.
And it happened overnight. And the next morning, the sun came out. And I want to tell you, that was the prettiest. It looked like a fantasy land. It looked like everything was just crystal. That sun shining on it. I mean, there wasn't any snow. It was just ice. All the trees, it was just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I've only seen it once.
Ops, who was married to a boy? I don't know who you're talking about, honey. Well, it was kind of like that here when we had our ice storm. Well, sleet storm. Ice, sleet. When we woke up that morning, it was like just little gems, tiny little gems everywhere, and it was really cool. It took almost all day for those icicles to melt, though, and it really surprised me because we're not used to that here.
No,
at all.
You're talking about 2020 or 2020?
I think it was. No. Wait a minute.
A snowpocalypse.
We didn't have the snowpocalypse like you guys did. Remember, we just got cold. That was it.
Oh my God.
This was earlier. Wesley had been with the police department for about maybe 2 or 3 years. So 2010, 11, about 2013 or so. And then the second time we had a storm, it snowed on Murphy's birthday. And he was 9. He turned 9 that day. And that was the happiest little boy I had ever seen in my whole life. Because all the birthdays before, we'd ask him, "What do you want for your birthday?" I want you to take me and drive me to see snow. That was his dream birthday.
Oh my gosh. I had that same talk with my kids.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to see snow for his birthday. Well, his birthday is the 6th of December. So it's like right between Thanksgiving and Christmas breaks. So there's no way I could have taken him out of school for a week to take him to go see snow. We would have to drive days to get to see snow.
Buy him a postcard.
Well, we were lucky. We didn't have to buy a postcard because it snowed on his birthday, and he was happy as pig in slop. And I have a picture of him with about a 8-inch tall snowman sitting on the back porch.
Like, yeah. 2018 had just moved into, no, 2017. We had just moved into our old house by the railroad tracks over there.
Right.
Well, and that was it. Jared kept saying, I want to see snow. I want to see snow. And then that December, it was December, and it snowed. And I could not believe it. I remember I went outside. I took Rex outside, and then I realized it was snowing. And I came back inside the house, literally screaming, y'all get dressed. Y'all get dressed. Oh, my God, it's snowing. And I never would have guessed in a million years that they would see snow like that. And it really snowed, like everything.
Oh, I remember seeing the pictures that you posted of all that snow. It was insane. I couldn't believe it.
Well, that I think that was in 2018, and then snowpocalypse in 2020, 2021, whenever that was, that was also insane because we had experienced that snow in 2018, and it melted like the next day, like it was gone. And so when snowpocalypse happened here, and of course Evan was deployed through all that. 6 months during COVID, he was gone, and then the snowpocalypse happened and all this stuff. And so I kept telling the kids, I was like, y'all better bundle up. Go play because it's going to melt. And then like the next day, it did not melt. It snowed more. And then I was like, okay, well, it's going to melt. Y'all better get out there and go play. And then it didn't melt, and it snowed more. And then I tried to live stream that night because I was still trying to get monetized, and I was going to live stream that night. And we walked our butts up the street to the store to get wine. And then because it was snowing and everybody was freaking out here, I literally got there at 5:01. That damn store closed at 5 o'clock.
Oh no.
And they would not let me in. And so when my kids and I had to trudge back through the snow, like mission not accomplished.
Oh my God.
And, yeah, I forget. I was drinking like rum or something in that live stream, like trying to get through it. But
that's
something out of the thing. But no, then the next day I told my kids, I was like, y'all better go play. It's gonna melt. And then it finally started like on day 3. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. Like I was like, it's not melting, and we're getting more. This is so bizarre.
Well, I'll let y'all know if it snows. I'll make a live stream or something.
I'm saying.
Because I'm kind of excited. I'm probably going to be staying up all night to watch for it and all day.
Hi, Kevin. Wow.
How are you doing? I'm very excited because I want to see some snow. I miss Virginia so stinking much sometimes. And not on a regular basis, but when the seasons change, I always miss it because Virginia was so beautiful in the spring, such a different variety of plants. And same thing with the fall, everything died, which was so strange to me because being from Florida, I had never seen all the leaves fall off the trees and everything just looked like sticks. Yeah. Somebody stuck sticks in the ground, and I'd never seen that. And it became, the longer I lived there, the prettier it got to me, and then, 3 months later, it would actually bloom out again and be beautiful again. So yeah, I miss it sometimes. And I miss the snow.
Virginia was beautiful. Those 4 days we spent up there when we took that road trip, I would love to go back and see the fall colors. Oh,
well, and where I lived, we didn't get a lot of that. I mean, we got some, but not like you see in the mountains and all of that. But it was just, the seasons were wonderful. And there was always some kind of festival or activity, that you could go to for every season. And it was just really fun. Spring and fall were my favorites. Wintertime was fun. I had a kid in choir. And so we went to choir concerts all the time and little things for the kids. And yeah, it was great. Now I have a kid in band. They didn't even do yes, they did. They did a band program, but my son was He wasn't allowed to play in it, so
Oh,
he can't even be on the high school campus at all.
what happened?
He did something really stupid and got sent to the alternative school.
I didn't know the.
Oh, you're talking about Murphy?
Yeah.
Oh, I
He's
thought you were
doing
talking about something.
time at the prison school for kids.
I didn't know it'd gotten that serious.
Well, I didn't think it was that serious, but apparently the school thought it was. So
No, I mean the conviction.
well, I'll tell you, he has to wear a certain shirt with the logo of the school name on it every single day. He can wear whatever pants he wants, but they're not allowed to have a jacket. They're not allowed to have their own hoodies. They give them a hoodie once they get there that has the logo on it. And I'm like, man, you should buy them orange jumpers. Yeah.
Wow. I'll just tell you that Charlotte, I called you earlier and I was telling her about some things that were going on with my son, normal teenage attitude stuff, but we ironed all that out. Everything's good. We had a nice long talk.
Good. I'm glad you did. Do you have that talk that I advised?
We did. Well,
Just curious.
He did text me and he got off at 8. I have to be quiet because I don't know if he's awake in there or not.
Right.
But he texted me at 8 when he got off and was like, "Are you going to come get me? Or do I have to get a ride?" I was like, "I'm waiting for some words from you."
Right.
Magic words. And then he texted back and he was like, "I didn't do anything wrong." And I said, "Get a ride," in all caps.
You go, girl.
The restaurant didn't close for an hour and a half. Okay. He didn't want to sit there that long. So I had him where I wanted him.
Yes, you did.
But I finally called him because I didn't want him just catching a ride with
Of course.
somebody. And I said, "I'm coming to get you, but you are going to hear about this like literally the whole way home."
Right.
No.
Yeah.
It was a teenage smart mouth episode that got him in some hot water without being too vague. Y'all can let your imaginations run wild.
Hey, been there.
Yeah.
Well, just general disrespect and
He's it's like you said, he's flexing a little. He's trying.
he is. Yeah.
Mhm.
That testosterone's got him.
Trying to find
By the
out where the
neck.
line's at.
Yeah. Well, he found out today.
And sometimes you got to show them where the line is. So, but yeah, my advice was, he's almost 18. If he wants to be an adult, let him. And anything you do for him from this point forward is out of the kindness in your heart and all of the love in the world that you have for him. But if you don't want to, don't do it.
Yeah.
Because he's 18, let him figure it out. But, and I mean, that's kind of the tack that I would take. And that's what I told her. Right, Marcel?
And I did. I went your way because I'm telling you, like I said, my Gen X self, I wanted to go in there and rip his TV out of the wall, and I wanted to take everything he owned and go a little bit crazy. But no.
Sometimes natural consequences are a lot more effective than traditional consequences that parents dole out. And I think that allowing an 18-year-old to experience being an adult without a lot of support intentionally is probably a really good natural consequence.
You see, he's a late bloomer with all this because for him being 17 and 3/4, 17 and 7/8, I mean, at this
44 100.
Yeah, exactly. He's not this kid. I mean, he's just not. And we've always been extremely close. And I've always had a very open line of communication with my kids, which is something I didn't have because my kids didn't tell me anything. They told me what to do, and that was it. That they didn't feel like they owed me an explanation for Jack. But
I was raised.
Yeah,
I was
but
too.
I've been different with my kids. I want that open line of communication because I figured that's the way to maintain that relationship because I didn't have that. And I said, if my parents would have just heard me out, if they would have just gave me a chance,
Yes.
But they wouldn't. It was like their way or the highway.
Right.
And I don't want to be that person.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, I had a good talk with him. We came home, and at first he was still like, I didn't do anything wrong. And I said, listen, I said, when you ask me to do something, what do I do? And he says, you usually try to do what I ask to help me. And I said, all I need from you is the same courtesy.
Right.
That's it. I said, you were doing something today I felt was disrespectful. I asked you to stop, and you turn around and you said, don't tell me what to do. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I was like, put my keys in my hand, spending my gas and my time to drive your ass to work.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
So, but anyway, I think I got through to him. And I said, we're not those people, Jer. We're not. I talk to you, you talk to me. I don't want this kind of relationship with you. I don't deserve that, man. I'm not going to take it.
Right.
Anyway, I got through to him. It was good. And we chatted. It was good.
I'm glad.
And
I'm
was good advice from you.
Thank you. I tried. Because, everybody's different. Not everybody parents like I do. And sometimes I'm afraid to give my opinion because I am not like you. It's my way or the highway. Sort of. When it comes to about 3 things, I am my way or the highway. And the first thing is, don't lie to me.
Oh, I can't stand lying.
Second thing is, don't be disrespectful to me. And the third thing is, don't you dare bring drugs or alcohol into my home. Period. Yeah. Do not do drugs or alcohol. Do not bring it into this house, and don't let me catch you with it. Period.
Yeah.
And those are really the only 3 rules that I have. But they cover a lot of ground. Don't lie to me is teaching them to have some stinking integrity, own up to their mistakes. Be respectful. I mean, my God, that covers everything, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I figure if you can have those 3 things come out of a kid by the time they finish high school and they're respectful, they don't lie, and they're not on drugs, you've accomplished some stuff.
Oh, see, my kids are not liars. I mean, they're not.
Right.
They're not, because I do not tolerate lying. For me, that is total, complete.
It's like the ultimate sin around here.
It is. We don't lie. If you're gonna do the crime, you better be mentally prepped to do the time.
That's right.
Yep.
My dad used to say to us, you can be as dumb as you want to be as long as you're willing to pay the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he used to say a lot of things. I have a whole book full of them. And, now that we're better friends than we used to be, and we talk at least 2 or 3 times a week, I've started writing things down. Because, he still repeats some of those old isms. And I'll write them down. And one of these days, I want to make a whole thing for him about the things he used to say. Because I think one of these days he might forget. And I want him to remember that, or I want him to know that I remember.
There you go.
Have y'all heard from Patrick in a while?
No, not at all.
I have
well,
not.
I got a card from him at Christmas.
I got a card.
Yeah, I got an e-card from him too at Christmas.
I
It was
haven't.
very sweet.
I haven't spoken to him in months.
Yeah.
We text here and again, not like we used to. We used to text a lot more regularly. But I've just kind of given him some space and see because he's made a lot of changes.
Yes, he has.
I knew he'd made a bunch of changes, and he was working a lot of hours, I think.
Yeah.
What about Taz? Has anybody seen Taz around?
You know what? He came into one of my live streams.
Maybe a month ago.
Since Thanksgiving. And his brother, Rolfus, came into one of them, too.
I've seen Rolfus around.
Mm-hmm. Y'all, I got to run to the potty again. I'll be right back. That tea is killing
Well,
me.
she is nothing if she's not hydrated tonight. That's for
There
sure.
you go. Well, she has been on 4 hours.
I know it's been long. Thank God she needs to stay hydrated. Yeah. So, is your little neighbor friend still next to you?
No.
Weren't they moving?
Yeah, they bought a place in Beaumont.
That's fine. Oh, that's not too far.
And we was talking about having friends earlier. That was a couple that I could have considered true friends.
Yeah.
In fact, I used to tease them. I said, if I'd had any kids, you're the kids I would have wanted.
Oh,
Because he would do anything for me. He was just a phone call away if I needed anything. Same way, if he needed anything, I was just next door. I mean, we give each other our space and respected each other's privacy, but it wasn't nothing to say, hey, meet me at the fence and, hand a plate over or something like that.
Yeah,
I
so that's exactly
really hated to see them leave.
Why did they move? They just wanted a bigger place?
Well, he's originally from Louisiana. So this put him closer to his family. And her folks were up in, I want to say Kansas City.
Oh, wow.
And her dad, real bad diabetic. He'd lost a leg. Having a hard time getting around, and her mom wasn't doing real well, so they ended up buying a house big enough that they could bring those two down, sell their house, move them in where they could at least get them back and forth to the doctors and keep an eye on them and stuff like that. To talk to, her name was Candy. I said, last time I talked to Candy, I asked how they was doing. She said, well, Dad's doing more than he should, and Mom won't do anything she can.
Oh. well, hopefully, hopefully your little buddy still hop on your streams when you're live.
But,
is that Tyler you're talking about?
No, this is my neighbor.
Oh, okay.
This is my neighbor that just recently moved.
Yeah.
I was telling Marcel, he's one of them that I could have called at any time of the night, say, come get me.
Yeah.
But,
and he'd bail you out of jail too, wouldn't he?
I hated to see them, and he'd never ask a question.
Yeah.
But I hate to see them leave. I really do.
I know you did.
But they had to improve their family life and all that.
Sure, of course. You don't want to. You don't want to begrudge them that.
Charlotte, you getting tired?
I am, but before I go, I just want to show y'all my next project.
Oh, you know what?
How big is that?
It's big.
I'm going to show you mine that I bought, that I told you, that has 4,200 colors.
Oh, okay. It's going to be 20 by 30.
20 by 30, okay.
To me, it's big. You know what? Ever since I've been a young person with my own place, I always wanted a framed picture of one of the old maps with the round circles on it. I always loved them. And years ago, they were so expensive. And because I didn't want just any old one, I wanted a nice one. And I never could afford them. And when I saw that today, I thought it triggered all of that. It just triggered it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is beautiful. It's colorful. I can make it myself and hang it up there myself. And I think I'm going to hang it back here where this old wooden sign is that I made. I made that sign years ago. At one of those places where you go and you stencil wood and paint it and all that stuff. It was a lot of fun. My daughter took me for my birthday, and that's what I came home with. And but I just thought this would be perfect up there. And I'm thinking about getting some lights to put underneath this shelf here that shine down.
Okay.
So that way when I do my videos, it's more backlit. And maybe, I don't know, I'm going to paint in here probably in the spring because it needs a good painting. And honestly, this beige just washes me out anyway. I don't care, but it does. So I thought if I got some color behind me, kind of like you have there, Grumpus.
Mhm.
Well, this is a YouTube video running behind me.
I wish I could do that. If I get on EV Mux, can I do that with a Chromebook, or do I have to have a computer in OBS?
I'm doing it in OBS.
Yeah.
I think if you go in your settings in StreamYard, I think there's a setting that says I have a green screen.
Oh, okay.
I believe if you go into the settings, let me look and see. I think that's what it says.
Okay.
Virtual background. So it says I have a green screen, and you can click that, and it'll basically do what I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
I've never used it. I don't know how it looks. But
Oh, I like that. Well, why don't you try that next time?
I mean, well, let me just go into settings right now. All right, so if I let me go.
Because you do have a green screen behind you, right?
I'm going
Yeah,
to.
that's really neat.
I'm going to turn that off.
Okay.
So there's my green screen.
All right.
And then let me go into the settings on StreamYard. It says I have a green screen. Let's see what that does. So there you go. That's built into StreamYard.
Right.
So there you go. So let's see.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It does pretty good.
Yeah, but when you put your hand in front of your face, your
It
face blurs.
does.
Well, it should.
Oh, okay. Because it's focusing on your hand.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
But this is the StreamYard background.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. It's
If
going to
I
make
go
me
into
look
here, then this should turn that back on. So I did this in OBS.
Mm-hmm. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Oh, I could do this one. Look,
But
guys.
yeah, try it. But you don't click. You have the back.
Right.
See there you go.
I have crawfish. It's almost crawfish season, y'all.
Let me go back here and change all
I
this back.
won't do that. I need more color. I think I'll make one with more color. Let me see if
But you should be able to bring up any photo you take.
Oh my God. Yeah, there's really strong winds outside. Like it's really whipping. I'm telling you.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. There. That one's better. That was darker. Let's see.
Yeah, I like the
yeah.
dark. It looks cool in the dark.
And
yeah.
Charlotte, you can go online and just look for photos.
Okay.
Free photos.
Yeah,
Well,
go
I
to
can have AI make
go to
one too.
Pexels.com or Pixabay.com.
A lot of times I'll just go in and put 4K photos.
What do I do?
We've created a monster.
Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. Well, this was a thumbnail a while back and I just really liked it. So I stuck it up there and I thought the crawfish would entertain folks. So
like this one here, I've got.
So if I had a green screen, it would do better, right? It wouldn't look all
It just
funky.
makes it a little bit sharper around the edge. See where yours is kind of bleeding a little bit?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I see there. I just went to.
Oh,
this is
that's so pretty.
another video playing in the background.
I want to make one that puts me like in a medieval castle.
Find the picture and
That
do
would
it.
be cool.
I mean, silly. Yeah, but no, we'll have to try.
Do you know when you said that, all I could think of, there's an ice castle somewhere. It's made completely of ice. and people pay money to spend the night there, like a hotel or bed and breakfast or something.
I think that's like in Greenland or Iceland.
It's one of those places, and I saw some kind of TV program or something on it years ago, and I've always remembered that. And I always thought, man, that would be the coolest thing, but you would freeze to death in there. I don't know how they stay warm.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I wouldn't sleep on no block of ice. I'm sorry. It ain't gonna. And that's what the bed was. The bed was just a block of ice with this fur thing on it, like a skin of some dead animal.
See, I think I would like to visit that place, but I wouldn't want to stay there.
Oh, I would visit and walk around and then leave and go home and get in the heater. You know?
Get in the hot tub.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. But yeah, maybe I'll just get me a green screen and flop it back there.
Yeah, that's really all you need.
Get a decent photo from somewhere. Have AI make me something really cool. And
how do you?
And then it'll be mine, won't it? Will it be mine, or will it be AI's, or will it be Google's, or I don't know whose it'll be.
I mean,
somebody's.
You got to be careful what you get. You don't get a copyright thing on it.
Right. Oh, I would get something totally weird.
But here, I got a
chickens with
here for you, Marcel.
I don't know.
Oh, like a virtual background. That's where you do that, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
So there you
isn't
go.
that beauty-muss?
I just put in 4K castle background in YouTube, and this popped up.
I'll be darned.
So I just saved the JPEG and pulled it in.
Huh.
Turn it off.
You're so good at stuff like that.
Turn it on. It's not hard. It's really not hard. If it was hard, I couldn't do it, or I wouldn't want to do it.
Well, if I had somebody handy like you around to show me how to do it, I could probably get it within 1 or 2 times.
I mean, I can show you how to do it, but I can't come in your house.
Well, okay.
Oh, that's actually doing it on here. I was like having a good time here.
Well, we can have it like a little YouTube meeting, and then you'll show me how to do it. Okay. So, are you working full time yet?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I say I've got cardiac therapy 3 times a week.
Oh yeah.
So if the time I do that, I don't get into work till around 11.
Right.
But on Tuesdays and Fridays, I get up and go in there early.
Good. I'm so glad that you're feeling well enough to do that.
Yes.
Well, I mean, like I said, I feel better than I've felt for years.
Well, and you also said that you could either ride a chair at home or ride one at work. So
that's true. I can do most of what I do at work. I can do it at the house.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever get that? Did you ever get the printer and the computer set up so you could print stuff at home and at work?
No, I haven't even tried it.
No.
Because I mean, there's times when I need documents from customers in order to ship materials out.
Right.
And a lot of times, depending on what part of the country they're in, if they're on the West Coast, I've already gone home by the time they send me those documents.
Right.
So it would be nice if I could just go ahead and print those and call my guy in the morning that comes in at 7, say, hey, look, what the paperwork you need is on my printer.
That's true.
So that's what I want to do, because I don't want to hold things up because I'm stuck in traffic somewhere.
Right. And that makes perfect sense. All right, guys, I'm going to end this thing. I've been on here for 4 hours and 28 minutes. Can you believe that? Time flies when we're hanging out, doesn't it?
It does.
I just want to thank everybody in the chat for coming
thanks
and
for
hanging out
having
with us.
me.
Thank you, Marcel, for coming up. And as always, Grumpus, thank you as well.
Yes. Love you guys.
We'll do it again next week.
I'm sorry?
We'll do it again next week.
Of course we will. We'll be on Grumpus's channel next week, live, probably around 11 o'clock.
Probably around 11 o'clock.
Grumpus is a little later than I am. Y'all have a wonderful night. Try to stay warm this week, and I'll see y'all around.
I'm going to find something warm to snuggle up to.
Stay home.
It might be that bottle of peach.
It might be. Y'all take care. Good night.
Night,
We'll
guys.
see y'all. Bye bye, everybody in the chat.
Bye. Love y'all.